Hello and welcome to Sleepy Science. I'm so glad you found your way here. Whether your thoughts are crowded, your day ran long, or you simply love drifting off to the gentle hush of curiosity, tonight we'll float through questions that glow softly in the dark. What dreams are trying to organize? How memories choose what stays? Why awareness feels like a light that moves? And how a universe so vast learned to grow life? We'll touch the edges of time and attention, wander past the outlines of dark matter and the first sparks of life, and linger where simple ideas open into deep wonder. Nothing loud, nothing rushed, just you, your breath, and a calm current of science designed to settle the body while brightening the mind. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from and what time your clock is whispering. Are you tucked beneath quiet stars, or letting the last light fade in a warm room? If these gentle explorations soothe you to sleep or help you feel more at ease, please like the video and tap subscribe so more sleepy minds can find this harbor. Now breathe in slowly, let your shoulders drop on the exhale, and join me for an unhurried descent into the strange, beautiful edges of what we know. When dreams leak into reality, strange overlaps between sleep and the waking world. You felt it before, the moment your bedroom fades and a thin, glowing edge opens into somewhere else. A place that looks like your life, but behaves with its own quiet rules. And what's strange is how easily pieces of that night place follow you back into morning. In this story, you'll learn how and why that leak happens, using only what science can actually support while still letting your curiosity breathe. Sleep isn't a single wall you cross. It's a loop of stages your brain cycles through every 90 minutes or so, from deep, slow-wave sleep that restores the body to rapid eye movement sleep, where your mind lights up in patterns that resemble waking. During REM, most of your muscles are switched off, a protective break called atonia, so that imagined running doesn't turn into real sprinting. During non-REM, the body repairs tissues and the brain helps file memories. The borders into and out of these states are special. As you drift off, you pass through hypnagogia, a brief window where fragments of thought and image rise and mix with real sounds in your room. As you surface, you cross hypnopompia, where dream echoes still cling to perception. In both passages, the brain's filters loosen just enough that inner guesses can outweigh outer signals. And that's where the leak begins. A hallway. Creak becomes a whispered name. A flash of a car outside is misread as lightning inside your memory, and you accept it because, for those seconds, your mind is still negotiating what counts as real. Once you understand that your brain never records the world directly, but constantly predicts and updates it, the overlaps make sense. At night, those predictions are freer and more experimental, and in the morning, they don't always fully shut off. Consider sleep paralysis, a phenomenon that many people will experience at least once. You wake before the atonia has faded, feel pinned to the bed, and, because your brain expects causes for sensations, it may generate an intruder to explain the pressure, a presence that feels horribly convincing. It isn't a ghost, it's your nervous system catching up on a state change, and knowing this strips away some fear. On the other end of the spectrum is REM sleep behavior disorder, a rare condition where atonia fails and people act out vivid dreams. It's a medical window into how strongly dream content can drive movement when the usual break is missing. Less dramatic but just as telling are the little ways the outside world weaves into your dream as it happens. A real phone buzz becomes a dream doorbell. Cool air from the window becomes the sensation of swimming. A drip in the bathroom becomes rain in a city you've never visited. Experiments have shown you can seed this effect on purpose. If you learn a task while smelling a certain odor, and then you're exposed to that same odor during sleep, the memory can strengthen more than without the cue. Gentle sounds timed to the slow waves of deep sleep can help the brain replay new information. Some labs have even carried out simple two-way exchanges with lucid dreamers by asking math or yes-no questions and receiving agreed-upon eye movement, signals back. Tiny conversations across the border. Lucid dreaming itself is another form of leakage you can train. With practice, you notice, this is a dream from the inside. And while not everyone can do it, methods that involve checking your state during the day, keeping a dream journal, and using simple cues can increase the odds. In those moments, your waking self and dream self meet, and what you decide can alter the plot in real time. A cooperation that science has verified without needing to invent anything mystical. The leak flows the other way too. Dreams shape daytime emotions and decisions more than you expect. If you dream about arguing with a friend, you may feel colder toward them at breakfast, even if nothing happened. If you rehearse a scary situation while asleep, you can reduce its power when it arrives for real. That logic sits behind imagery rehearsal therapy for nightmares, where you rewrite the ending while awake so your sleeping brain has a kinder script to practice. Creativity anecdotes are messy history, and you shouldn't treat them as proof, but it's uncontroversial that sleep helps with problem solving by letting the brain recombine ideas in ways it wouldn't risk while focused. When you stop pushing and rest, hidden associations can surface. More measurable is how dreams and waking memory interact. Right after you learn, the brain replays traces during non-REM sleep. Later, REM seems to link your memories to your emotions and goals. The two phases pass the baton across the night so that the facts don't just stick. They begin to mean something to you. Then, there are the tiny glitches you've met on long drives or late study nights. Microsleeps where your brain briefly dips out while your eyes remain open. Highway hypnosis where you arrive with a blurred patch of time behind you. These aren't dreams in the classic sense, but they show how easily the waking brain, starved for rest, will borrow dreamlike processing to keep operating. Hypnagogic jerks, the sudden body startle as you drift off, may be your motor system responding to shifting brainstem signals. Exploding head syndrome, a harmless auditory bang or flash at sleep onset, is the sensory system misfiring as networks retune. Both are reminders that state transitions are messy and that your perception during them should be handled with a little humility. Because your brain is always trying to explain itself to itself, you also get source confusions after sleep. Was that conversation real or from a dream? Did you actually send that message or just plan it in detail while half asleep? To reduce these errors, simple habits help. Write short anchors in the morning, and your mind learns to label where experiences come from. None of this requires the supernatural to feel wondrous. Your senses are porous at the edges of sleep. Your predictive brain fills gaps with stories, and your memory systems use the night to negotiate what stays and what fades. If you want to experiment safely, you can. Create a consistent pre-sleep routine so your brain trusts the descent. Keep your phone silent and the room dark to minimize unplanned dream insertions. Try gentle, non-disruptive cues like a specific, soft scent when learning, and again during sleep to see if recall improves. Keep a dream journal for a week and watch how themes mirror your mood. Practice calm state checks in the day. How do I know I'm awake right now? And you may be more likely to notice the same question during REM. And if the border ever feels too intense, frequent sleep paralysis, distressing hallucinations, violent movements, speak to a clinician. Often the fix is sleep hygiene, stress, reduction, or, in some cases, medical evaluation for disorders like narcolepsy or REM behavior disorder. By the time you reach the end of this gentle pass, you can see what's truly happening. Dreams aren't lies, they're drafts. Waking isn't perfect truth. It's the best model your brain can build from noisy data. The two are neighbors who constantly lend each other tools. Tonight, when the edge opens again and a small scene begins to glow, you'll know why it feels real and how it might help you. And in the morning, when a detail follows you into the kitchen, you'll greet it not as a mystery to fear, but as a reminder that your mind is a living workshop, quietly stitching your inner world and the outer, one together so you can move through the day with clearer eyes and a softer heart. Hidden laws of nature. that scientists only whisper about. There are rules you don't see printed on classroom walls, quiet rules that shape how light bends, how storms build, how materials snap from one mood to another. And if you listen closely, you can hear them in the background of almost everything you touch. This is not about secret conspiracies. It's about principles so general and sometimes so subtle that scientists mention them carefully, almost in a whisper, because they don't scream like headline laws yet. They steer the world from underneath. Start with symmetry. The plain idea that if nothing changes when you shift something in time or slide it in space, then certain quantities must stay put. That humble statement sits behind why energy is conserved when the rules don't care what day it is, and why momentum is conserved when the rules don't care where you are. And you feel it whenever a skateboard keeps rolling once you stop pushing. Not because the board loves you back, but because the background is even and fair. When symmetry breaks, new behavior appears, and you've seen this too. Iron warms without a magnet. Then at a certain temperature, it chooses a direction and becomes magnetic, like a crowd that suddenly agrees on a chant. The effect doesn't happen because someone orders it, but because small biases, once amplified, become the new normal. Another quiet rule is extremal behavior, the way nature seems to choose paths that make a global compromise rather than obey local greed. Light doesn't ask a lifeguard how to cut across water, but it still behaves as if it found the route that balances distance through air and distance through glass to make travel time come out just right. And a planet swings around a star as if it has compared all possible swoops and selected the one that keeps a certain overall quantity steady. You don't need equations to feel the intuition. Systems prefer efficient stories. And then there is universality, a word that sounds bold, but hides a gentle idea. Very different things can act the same near a tipping point. So boiling water and a magnet near its transition share the way fluctuations grow, like two songs in different keys with the same rhythm. When you step back from microscopic details and watch how clusters form and dissolve, the specific recipe stops mattering, and a small set of exponents tells you how the dance scales, which is why a theorist can make predictions that work for liquids, alloys, and even economic herds without memorizing every molecule. Scale itself carries rules. Many human and natural systems show heavy tails where big events are rare but not impossibly rare. So earthquake sizes, forest fire areas, and even city populations often follow patterns that look similar when you zoom out. This doesn't mean fate writes one number on every chart, and you should be suspicious of people who see magic everywhere. But simple mechanisms like rich get richer, growth, or systems that hover near a critical balance can generate these shapes without drama. Digits carry whispers too. In messy collections of numbers born from multiplications and growth, leading digits tend to cluster around low values more often than you'd guess, a quirk called Benford's law that auditors use as a rough light in a dark room. It's not a universal law of nature, but when it appears it tells you something about the processes underneath, that the data had to travel through multiplicative steps rather than being carved by a human hand with tidy rules. Far from the chalkboard, there are principles that tie what you can know to what it cost you. Erasing a single bit of information, truly forgetting it, has a tiny but real energy price when you account for heat, which means computation is not abstract after all. It leaves fingerprints in the physical world, and in careful experiments with trapped particles and nanoscale devices, researchers have measured these costs and watched tiny engines trade information for work, as if the universe were reminding you that memory is never completely free. The second law of thermodynamics still holds the stage, but in recent decades, scientists found refined statements for small things where random jostling matters, fluctuation theorems that tell you how often tiny systems briefly seem to run uphill before falling back in line. On average, disorder still climbs, but in the thin realm of molecules and biomachines, you get little exceptions with rules of their own. And these rules let engineers design microscopic motors that sip energy from noise and still respect the larger arrow of time. When systems are near balance and microscopic motion is reversible, pairs of flows inside them mirror each other in a quiet reciprocity that links, say, heat flow to to particle flow and lets you predict how a temperature difference can nudge an electric current or how a concentration gradient can tug on heat. It's not the kind of law you feel in your bones, but it's the kind that makes thermoelectric devices and cross-coupled transport more than guesswork. Some of the whispers live in the idea that what really controls interactions are not the objects themselves, but the ways you're allowed to change your perspective without changing predictions. Gauge freedom, a wonky phrase for the deep, constraint that many of our force laws are shaped by the requirement that certain changes to our description don't matter. When you respect that freedom, the allowed forms of forces narrow to a small set, as if symmetry were a quiet editor trimming a wild manuscript into a readable draft. Other rules hide in topology, the mathematics of shape that ignores stretching and focuses on what cannot be undone without tearing. In certain materials, conductance comes in perfect steps, no matter how messy the sample is, because what matters is a kind of winding number baked into the electronic landscape, and that integer protects the behavior against scratches and impurities. Nature sometimes prefers how many holes are there in this donut over what is every atom doing. Even in the spectra of atoms, there are selection rules, favorite moves and forbidden moves, which decide which light a gas will give off. Forbidden here doesn't mean impossible, only unlikely, which is why astronomers see delicate lines from atoms in the thin gas between stars that would be drowned out in a lab. Small probabilities get a chance to speak when the crowd is quiet. When people say hidden law, they often mean a principle that isn't first taught, but keeps showing up across domains, and one of the most practical is a rule of honest inference. If you only know a few constraints about a system, prefer the broadest, least biased description that meets them. That guidance, used daily in physics and beyond, frees you from pretending to know more than you do, and still lets you make strong predictions, whether you're modeling gases with only average energy in hand, or reconstructing a network from thin slices of data. There are also bolder candidates that some researchers explore with caution. The idea that certain non-living systems drift towards states that burn through available differences as quickly as constraints allow, or that living systems tune themselves close to critical tipping points to stay sensitive and adaptable. These are not settled commandments, but they are testable, and in many corners from ecology to neuroscience, people are collecting evidence for when they hold and where they fail, because that's how a whisper becomes a sentence you can trust. If you step back, you see a pattern. The world's behavior is not a bag of unrelated tricks. It's a web woven by symmetry, scale, shape, and information, with a few clear rules on the loudspeakers and many softer ones humming underneath. And once you learn to listen for them, you start noticing family resemblances between things that look nothing alike. A magnet and a boiling pot, a skyline and a fault line, a memory chip and a warm bath for a single bead. None of this asks you to take anything on faith. It asks you to replace the thrill of secret with the satisfaction of subtle, to trade the drama of hidden codes for the quiet craft of constraints, and to carry forward a usable way of seeing. When you meet a new system, check what symmetries it respects, what scales matter, what can be ignored, what must be paid for in energy or information. With that small checklist, you move through the world a little more prepared. The noise feels less noisy, and the laws you once thought were whispered start speaking clearly enough to guide your next step. Secrets buried in the brain's default mode network, where your inner world lives. When your mind drifts on its own, on the bus, in the shower, staring at a wall while your hands keep doing ordinary things, it isn't empty. It's switching to a background circuit scientists call the default mode network, a loose coalition of brain regions that hum when you're not pushing toward a goal and quiet down when you lean into a task. And understanding this network helps you see where your inner world actually lives without inventing anything mystical. First, the map. Hubs of the default mode network sit deep down the midline and toward the back and sides. The medial prefrontal cortex near your forehead that evaluates me, the posterior cingulate and neighboring precuneus that links scenes. And perspective. the angular gyri near the back of your temples that help stitch concepts and meaning, and memory structures tucked in the medial, temporal lobes that let you pull the past into the present. Functional scans first drew this outline 2 decades ago when researchers noticed the same areas dimmed during demanding tasks and brightened again at rest. That rest isn't idle in the biological sense. Your brain spends a large share of the body's energy even when you're doing nothing obvious, and many of those calories support spontaneous activity that rehearses, sorts, and simulates. What one neuroscientist nicknamed the brain's dark energy. What does it do for you? When you recall last summer with enough detail to smell the air, when you rehearse a conversation you might have tomorrow, when you imagine how someone else feels or wonder who you are becoming, default mode regions act like a stage crew, pulling props from memory, building a set, and letting you try lines before you ever speak them. Scientists call this mental time travel, scene construction, and theory of mind, and the evidence shows up in scans where self-judgment, autobiographical memory, and social perspective taking repeatedly recruit the same network. But the default mode is not the whole theatre. When you switch to focused action, solving a problem, listening closely, driving in traffic, a different set of regions called task-positive or frontoparietal and dorsal attention networks take the spotlight, and they often seesaw with the default mode. A third player, the salience network, helps decide which should lead by tagging what's important right now. That tug of war explains something you feel daily. Try to write a tricky email and your mind wanders to old memories or personal worries. Snap back to the screen and the wandering fades. In healthy brains, the balance is flexible, and that flexibility is the point. The story turns practical when the balance sticks. If the default mode becomes too loud and too inward for too long, you get rumination, loops of self-talk that feel like thinking but don't move you forward. And this pattern shows up in imaging. Studies of depression where certain default mode connections grow tighter, therapies that train attention, brief mindfulness exercises, or simply structured activity can loosen the grip and re-engage networks that point you outward. In neurodegenerative disease, the opposite pattern matters. The default mode's highways are among the first to fray in conditions like Alzheimer's, and the same hubs that support autobiographical memory can become coated with the very proteins measured in diagnosis. That's one reason early warning signs include trouble weaving recent experience into coherent personal stories. Sedation, deep sleep, and anesthesia also reduce connectivity across default mode hubs, and as people regain consciousness, those connections rebuild, which is why this network shows up in research on disorders of consciousness, not as a magic switch for the soul, but as a reliable readout of how well the brain coordinates inner narratives. There is public fascination and careful science around what happens when the default mode is deliberately perturbed. Certain psychedelic compounds, in strictly controlled studies, temporarily reduce the usual coupling within the network and increase communication with other systems, a state many participants describe as less stuck in their usual self. That language is subjective, but the imaging results lower integrity within default mode hubs and altered dynamics across the brain have been replicated enough to be interesting for research on rigid thinking patterns. On a very different path, long-term meditation has been linked to a quieter baseline in default regions and stronger bridges between attention systems and the default mode, which fits the lived report that it becomes easier to notice a thought without being carried away by it. Again, this isn't magic, it's training a switch. Creativity lives in the handshake between networks. When you allow unfocused time, the default mode freely recombines memories and concepts. When you return to focus, control networks test those combinations against reality. Studies of insight often show a preparatory dip into mind wandering, followed by a sharp, task-positive lock on the useful idea. And you can practice that rhythm by alternating open-ended walks or showers with short, intense sprints of work. If you want a feel for the network without a scanner, try 3 small experiments on a quiet evening. First, ask yourself, what kind of person am I? And notice how the answer comes as stories, not spreadsheets. Second, picture a place from your childhood, and rebuild it with textures and sounds until you can stand in it. Scene construction is a default mode specialty. Third, imagine what a friend is thinking in an awkward situation and catch the subtle shift when you step into their point of view. Social perspective recruits similar regions. At the same time, learn the limits. The default mode network is not a single button, not always active or inactive, and not a mystical circuit you can hack with a slogan. It's a family of regions whose relationships change with age, mood, health, and context, and even the famous anti-correlation with attention networks is not absolute. It varies with the task and the person. The most useful takeaway isn't that one mode is good and the other bad, but that your mind needs both. A space to wander and stitch your life together, and a lens to bring one thing into crisp view. The art is in switching on purpose. So you build small habits that respect both sides. Schedule honest pauses without screens where drifting is allowed and ideas can collide. Then protect focus blocks where notifications are off and your attention network has a fair chance. Write short personal summaries after big days to strengthen the bridge between memory and meaning. Practice a few minutes of breath attention when rumination steals your afternoon. Seek help when inward talk turns harsh and sticky, because the network can be trained back to balance. In the end, the secret buried in the default mode network is not a hidden chamber. It's the simple realization that your sense of self is a moving construction, assembled from memory, forecast, and empathy, maintained by a background crew you rarely notice. Learning how that crew works doesn't cheapen the feeling of you. It lets you steer it with care, so your inner world becomes less of a fog and more of a quiet landscape, where thought can rest, recollect, and then return to the day with softer eyes and steadier hands. Echoes of lost civilizations, ancient knowledge, modern science can't explain. Pick up a shard of the past and you'll hear it hum, not with magic, but with methods and meanings we haven't fully pieced back together. Because some knowledge survives as objects while the instructions evaporate, leaving us with working puzzles that modern science can test, date, and analyze, yet not completely recreate. And in that gap between evidence and certainty, your curiosity gets room to breathe. Start with a lump of corroded bronze raised from a Mediterranean shipwreck in 1901. The Antikythera mechanism, a palm-sized forest of interlocking gears that turned hand motion into the motions of the heavens, predicting eclipses and tracking the wandering paths of planets with a precision that shouldn't surprise us, and yet it does, because it proves that Hellenistic artisans could encode astronomical cycles in metal 2 millennia ago. X-ray scans and careful reconstructions show calendar dials, eclipse warnings, even inscriptions that served as a user manual. But we still don't know the full workshop lineage, how widespread these devices were, or why the craft vanished rather than spreading, which is often how lost knowledge looks in real life. Brilliant, local, and vulnerable to history, or hold a chunk of Roman seawall that refuses to crumble where our modern recipes sometimes fail. Ancient builders mixed volcanic ash, lime, and aggregate so that, in the presence of seawater, new minerals slowly grew within the concrete, healing cracks and knitting the structure tighter over centuries. Today's engineers analyze those minerals under microscopes, learning how the ash's chemistry seeded durable crystals, and we can now make concretes that imitate some of those traits. But the Romans didn't leave standardized specifications, the way a modern codebook would, so the exact blend varied by quarry and region. Again, the lesson isn't mystery for mystery's sake. It's that materials science once lived in experience and local geology as much as in formulas. Damascus steel carries a similar echo. Legendary blades that combined hardness with flexibility and showed water-like surface patterns. Research points to a supply of high-carbon Wootz steel from South Asia and to clever, repeatable forging. Schedules that produced bands of carbides in the metal. But when trade routes, ore sources, and workshops changed, the whole supply chain for the recipe changed with it. Today, metallurgists can approach the performance and the look by controlling carbon and thermal cycles, yet the exact historical process and its day-to-day tweaks were guild knowledge handed down by practice. not recorded in a way we can simply download. Not all knowledge hid in metal. In the high Andes, the Inca kept accounts with quipu, bundles of cords with knots, whose positions encode numbers in base 10. We can read the arithmetic, and that itself is astonishing given the scale of the empire's logistics. But we don't yet fully know how categories, names, or narratives might have been mapped onto color, fiber, and attachment. It's an early example of structured data storage whose deeper grammar is still being teased out by patient comparison to colonial-era records. The Indus Valley civilization left city grids, standardized weights, water management, and thousands of short inscriptions on seals and tablets. The script remains undeciphered in part because the texts are brief and we lack bilingual keys. And while scholars debate whether it represents a full writing system or a set of specialized marks, the cities themselves testify to strong planning without palaces or obvious kings. Evidence that sophisticated urban life doesn't need monuments to a single ruler to exist. Some knowledge lived in navigation rather than walls. Polynesian voyagers crossed open ocean in double-hulled canoes, reading star paths, swell patterns, bird flights, and even the feel of distant islands reflected in the chop. Memory systems encoded those rules as oral charts, and on the Marshall Islands, navigators taught stick charts that abstracted wave interference into lines and shells. Modern sailors can document the physics of swells and the angular rise of stars. But the art of feeling those cues through a wooden hull at night is a trained sense, not a device. And when communities lose continuous practice, the most delicate parts fade first. On land, Australian Aboriginal songlines linked geography to story so that a melody became a map. You could sing a route and remember waterholes, landmarks, and rites of passage, a cognitive technology that ties navigation to meaning. We can study how memory palaces work in the brain and measure the efficiency of narrative cues. But the depth of the knowledge is cultural, kept alive by use and shared responsibility, so it resists being captured in a single paper or gadget. Turn back to the ancient Americas and you find astronomical care woven into architecture. Maya scribes tracked the cycle of Venus with striking accuracy and recorded eclipse patterns, while builders oriented temples so that sunrise or sunset, on key days, lit inner chambers or aligned with towers. We can model these alignments in software and date construction phases, and we know the sky mattered for agriculture, ritual, and political timing, yet the lived experience, what it felt like for a community to gather when light cut a particular line through stone, is something we reconstruct from clues, not certainty. On the coastal deserts of Peru, the Nazca people cleared dark pebbles to etch vast geoglyphs into pale soil, lines and animal figures that become obvious from nearby hills and viewpoints. They likely served multiple purposes over centuries: ritual, pathways, social markers, perhaps linked to water sources and ceremonies that honored and asked for rain. And while pilots gave modern audiences a dramatic vantage point, the designs never demanded aircraft to be appreciated. The enduring puzzle isn't, how could they? It's, how many meanings did these lines carry at once? A question that resists a single answer, because cultures are layered like language. Move forward in time to a hill in southeastern Turkey where Göbekli Tepe rises from deep prehistory. T-shaped pillars carved with animals and abstract forms, built by hunter-gatherers millennia before pottery and cities. The site shows organized labor, shared ritual, and artistry at a scale earlier than many models expected, forcing the timeline of monument building to bend. We can date the phases and read tool marks, but the exact social structures, who led, how they fed workers, what stories guided them, live outside the reach of our instruments. So we proceed by careful inference rather than confident pronouncement. In the Amazon, dark earth called terra preta reveals another kind of lost instruction. Soils enriched long ago with char, bone, and organic waste are still fertile today, hinting at sustained intentional soil engineering. Agronomists study how biochar changes microbe communities and nutrient retention, and contemporary farmers experiment with related methods. But the ancient recipes were tuned to local ecologies in ways we're still learning to generalize. Closer to the present, Greek fire remains famous precisely because its exact composition didn't survive in a form we can reconstruct beyond guesses. What matters is not the drama of a secret weapon, but the reminder that craft traditions keep power by guarding know-how as much as materials. Even the unanswered feel of the stone spheres of Costa Rica, perfectly rounded boulders crafted centuries ago and placed in patterns, teaches a modest habit of mind. We can measure how they were shaped and transported, and still admit we don't fully know why specific arrangements were chosen. Not every artifact needs to bow to a modern theory on first contact. The pattern across all these cases is practical rather than mystical. People learned by experimenting, watching the sky, tasting the soil, listening to the sea, an iterating method until it became culture. When the chain of teaching broke, through migration, conquest, climate, or fashion, objects stayed and explanations thinned. Modern science helps read the leftovers with tools the artisans never had. Radiocarbon dating, isotope analysis, microscopy, satellite survey. Yet many of the questions are about memory, transmission, and context more than about raw capability. How did they think about this? Is often the key unknown. So your takeaway isn't that ancient people held impossible secrets, or that modern people are blind. It's that knowledge is a living system with three parts: discovery, embodiment, and inheritance. You can honor the past without inventing myths by asking better questions in the present. What problem were they solving with this tool or ritual? Which constraints shaped their choices? Materials, climate, trade, belief. How did they teach the next generation? When you approach the echoes with that humility, the lost becomes less like a set of magical tricks and more like a library that suffered water damage. Some pages are smudged, some missing, but enough remains for you to learn the methods that still work and to rebuild slowly. A conversation across centuries, one where awe is welcome, certainty is earned, and the most exciting phrase is not "no one knows," but we're learning how to know. The strange physics of nothingness. How empty space shapes everything. You think of nothing as absence, a clean room with the furniture carried out. But the closer you look, the more empty space behaves like a medium with its own quiet rules. And once you learn what those rules do, you start to see how the universe is shaped not only by matter and light, but by the stage they play on. We can keep this simple and true by walking from effects you can measure on a lab bench to the way the cosmos itself moves. Begin with the modern view. What we call empty space is the lowest energy state of a set of fields that fill all of reality, and even at their calmest, these fields do not sit perfectly still. They quiver faintly, and those quivers have consequences. You can test. Put two uncharged metal plates very close together in a vacuum, and they feel a tiny pull toward each other, because only certain ripples of the electromagnetic field can fit between them, while many more fit outside. The imbalance pushes the plates together, a small but measurable effect that tells you the vacuum has structure. Look inside an atom and you find the same lesson with a different accent. The energy levels of hydrogen are nudged by the sea of fluctuations around the electron, so the spectral lines shift slightly from where a simple model would put them. This shift was a shock when first seen, and now anchors our most precise checks of theories about light and matter. If you place an excited atom in a carefully built cavity, even the rate at which it emits light can be sped up or slowed down, because the cavity edits which vacuum ripples are allowed. In other words, the emptiness surrounding an atom helps decide how quickly it lets go of a photon. Physicists have even coaxed light out of near nothing by changing a boundary fast enough that the vacuum cannot keep up. In superconducting circuits that act like mirrors for microwaves, a rapid change can shake energy out of the ground state and produce real photons where there were none a moment before. A laboratory echo of an idea once thought purely theoretical. The vacuum also sets the default properties of light itself. The constants that decide how fast light travels and how it interacts with electric and magnetic fields belong to space as much as to the waves that cross it, which is why the same Electromagnetic rules describe a radio signal in the desert and a beam from a distant galaxy. Gravity teaches a deeper twist. In general relativity, empty space is not just a backdrop. It has geometry that bends in the presence of energy and momentum, and that geometry then tells matter and light how to move. A beam from a quasar curves around a massive cluster, not because the cluster reaches out to grab it, but because the space the beam crosses is shaped by the cluster's mass. When detectors on Earth felt ripples pass in 2015, what they sensed were waves in space-time itself, crossing huge stretches of vacuum with almost no loss. On the largest scales, there is an even stranger role for nothingness. Observations over the last quarter century show that the expansion of the universe is speeding up rather than slowing down, as if empty space carries a gentle pressure that pushes everything apart. The simplest way to model that is to assign space a tiny energy density that remains when all ordinary energy is removed. Call it a cosmological constant, call it dark energy. Either way, the message is that the properties of the vacuum help set the fate of the cosmos. The puzzle is that naive estimates of how big that energy should be come out wildly too large, which means there is a deep piece still missing in our understanding of how quantum fields and gravity talk to each other. That mystery is honest, and it is active, and it tells you science is not a closed book. Strong fields can also make the vacuum behave like a material. The equations predict that intense magnetism should slightly change how light travels through space, splitting and twisting polarization in a way that would never happen in mundane air. Laboratories are pushing toward this regime with powerful lasers, while astronomers look to the extreme environments around magnetars for hints that the effect is real. Even the sensation of empty can depend on your motion. An observer who accelerates hard enough through a vacuum would, in principle, measure a faint glow, where a steady observer would measure none. A reminder that what counts as calm in quantum field theory depends on your path through space-time. Pull back to human scale, and you discover that engineering already uses the vacuum's personality. Radio engineers shape cavities to control which frequencies survive inside microwave ovens and particle accelerators. Designers of ultra-stable clocks pay attention to how empty space near a surface modifies atomic transitions. Makers of nano-devices must consider subtle forces between parts that never touch, because at billionth of a meter gaps, the background fields do not average out. These are not curiosities at the edge of knowledge, but practical footprints of a world where the stage participates. The question that remains after the facts is philosophical and useful rather than mystical. If emptiness has texture, then nothing is not the absence of everything. It is the baseline state of a living system that continues to murmur even when every actor leaves. That view does not subtract wonder. It replaces blankness with a modest richness you can test. You can hold three ideas at once without contradiction. First, empty space is as real as any medium we study, with properties that shape forces, light, and timekeeping. Second, the effects of that medium are often tiny and must be coaxed into view with clever experiments, which is why precision is the hero of this story. Third, the biggest questions about why vacuum energy pushes the universe apart and why its size is what it is remain open in a way that invites you to think, read, and perhaps contribute. When you step into the night and feel the wide quiet around you, remember that you are not standing in a blank. You are standing in the ground state of everything, a quiet that carries the seeds of all waves and the rules that guide them. A quiet that shapes how stars age and how atoms glow. A quiet that seems empty only until you learn to listen. Minds without boundaries. Experiments. Hinting at thought beyond the body. What if your thoughts already spill a little beyond your skull, into your hands, the tools you hold, the room you share with someone else, so that mind is less a sealed container and more a living loop between brain, body, and world? In this chapter, you'll meet careful experiments that make that loop visible without resorting to the supernatural, and you'll leave with a quieter, stronger idea. Thinking is something you do with your whole self, often together. Start with a simple observation you can feel. The way you gesture while explaining a tricky idea isn't decoration, it's scaffolding. When researchers gently restrict people's hands, they solve certain spatial problems more slowly. Free the hands again and performance recovers, as if the body were part of the memory system. Put a tool in the mix and the boundary stretches further. In classic studies with humans and animals, neurons that track the space just beyond the skin expand their personal bubble to include the tool's tip after practice, so a stick you're probing with becomes, in a small but real way, part of how the brain represents you. Sensory substitution shows the same principle wearing a different coat. Decades of work have taught blind volunteers to see edges and shapes through tiny patterns on the tongue or the back, or to hear a camera's image turned into sound. After training, some brain areas normally linked to vision help interpret those patterns, suggesting that what matters is the structure of information, not the original sense that carried it. Virtual reality adds a twist you can try yourself. Synchronize what the eyes see with touches on a rubber hand, and many people feel ownership of the fake limb. Shift the viewpoint and timing with headsets and cameras, and you can nudge someone into the strange but lawful sensation of being located a step to the side of their body. Stimulate a patch of cortex at the back of the brain in patients undergoing evaluation, and you can sometimes evoke a fleeting sense of leaving the body altogether. None of this proves minds float free. It shows that self-location and body ownership are active constructions the brain updates using what it trusts right now. From body to bodies, pair people face to face and measure their brains at the same time, a method nicknamed hyperscanning. And you'll find that rhythms in their activity begin to align during good conversation, music making, or a teacher-student exchange. The tighter the coupling, the better the comprehension, or the more fluid the duet, as if attention itself can synchronize across two nervous systems. Go one step further, and you can pass bits of intention between brains using ordinary electronics as a bridge. In controlled studies, one person's brain signals have been decoded into a simple choice, sent over the internet, and used to trigger magnetic pulses on a second person's scalp to move a finger or to convey a yes/no decision they can feel. In small three-person setups, a pair of senders have influenced a receiver's choice in a simple game, all non-invasively. It's not mind reading, and it isn't silent telepathy. You need sensors, stimulation, and consent. But it proves a point. A thought encoded in one brain can shape action in another, with minimal translation through language. Group experiments extend the idea at human scale. Crowds at a concert show shared physiological rhythms. Rowers pulling together report a specific team flow, and their brains display patterns distinct from solo effort. Classrooms where students and teachers fall into a steady back-and-forth show brain-to-brain coupling that predicts which lessons stick days later. The theme keeps returning. When coordination matters, nervous systems tune to each other like instruments, and that tuning has signatures you can measure. If you prefer devices to people, brain-computer interfaces offer a cleaner, if narrow, path out of the body. With sensors on the scalp or electrodes just under it, volunteers have moved cursors, typed messages, even controlled robotic arms. Recent trials have turned imagined handwriting or speech into text, fast enough to feel conversational for the user, and adding touch feedback to artificial limbs lets wearers feel, grip strength and texture through nerves that the brain quickly treats as natural input. Each of these systems rests on the same simple truth. Signals that matter for mind can travel out through muscles or wires and back in through senses or stimulation, and the brain is remarkably willing to incorporate any consistent loop into the story of self, as long as it helps. You can also see minds reach in quieter ways. People who keep external memory, paper notebooks, phone reminders, physical boards, offload cognitive work, and, when done thoughtfully, think more clearly rather than less. Change the layout of a workspace and collaboration patterns shift. Surround yourself with cues tied to a goal, and your future self finds it easier to act because the environment is now holding part of the intention for you. Even moods travel across thin channels. Subtle mimicry of posture and expression, shared breathing pace during a walk, the entrainment of speech rhythms. None of these is mystical. All are routes by which one person's internal state can prime, another's, sometimes for good, sometimes not. It's important to be honest about limits. Claims of long-distance thought transfer without a physical or agreed channel fail under careful testing. And extraordinary stories deserve extraordinary evidence we don't have. Small lab effects can be noisy, and not every report of inter-brain synchrony survives replication. Ethics matter whenever you send or decode brain signals, because consent and privacy are not optional decorations. But if you strip away hype and hold on to what's solid, the picture that remains is practical and generous. Your mind is not a ghost, and it's not a locked box. It is a web of loops, brain to body, brain to tool, brain to brain, flexible enough that with a few hours of training, you can feel a rubber hand as yours, see with touch, steer a cursor by intention, keep time with a partner's breath, or let a carefully designed device write and read bits of your intention. The consequences for your life are simple and empowering. You can design better loops, gesture when you explain, and don't apologize for it. Sketch ideas in big strokes to recruit spatial reasoning. Set up uncluttered external memory that meets your future self at the right place and time. Practice rhythmic activities with others. Music, rowing, even steady walking conversations. To experience alignment you can't think your way into. If you struggle to focus, build environmental cues that limit decisions rather than blaming. Willpower. If you care for someone with communication challenges, explore low-tech switches or eye tracking to give their thoughts a path outward, even when speech falters. In a world crowded with noisy claims about mind power, this quieter story feels richer. Your thinking reaches beyond your body, not because it floats, but because it connects through muscles, tools, rhythms, and shared attention, so that every day, in small and measurable ways, you become more than a brain in a box. You become a living circuit that extends into the things and people you choose. And with practice, you can choose that reach with care. When numbers break reality, patterns in math that shouldn't exist. You expect numbers to behave like honest beads on a string, safe, regular, predictable. And then you meet the places where they misbehave in ways so sharp and repeatable that they feel like secret doors in logic, patterns that shouldn't exist and yet do, inviting you to look twice at what random and order really mean. So in this calm walk, we'll tour a handful of these surprises, each grounded in results you can check, none requiring faith, all of them opening into a deeper question. Why does structure keep sneaking back in where you were sure there was none? Start with a pencil and paper experiment you can try tonight. Draw a huge grid of whole numbers, 1, 2, 3, marching to the right and then down, and put a small mark on every prime, the numbers that refuse to factor. If you keep going long enough, those marks don't spray like TV static. They lean into ghostly diagonals and curls, a discovery made famous by a mathematician doodling during a conference. The reason is subtle but sensible. Certain simple formulas generate prime-rich trails, and what looks like chance from one angle becomes a faint lattice from another. A reminder that randomness often has texture. Now jump to a more organized miracle. Primes are famously sparse as numbers grow, yet researchers proved they still manage to line up in perfectly even steps. 3 in a row, 5 in a row, and in principle, any length you ask for. So there are stretches of the number line where primes pretend to be as tidy as fence posts. It's shocking because the raw material is rare, but the structure returns when you zoom out and ask the right question. Like noticing that a scattered crowd can still form a straight queue if you only check once every fixed number of steps. Flip the lens again, and you find a race hiding in remainders. Split primes into 2 camps based on how they behave when divided by a small fixed number and count who's ahead. It turns out one camp often leads for a long time before the other catches up and overtakes, and then the lead flips again, unpredictably. No cheating is involved. Each prime arrives honest and alone. But when you keep score across thousands and then millions of them, an emergent bias flickers. A lesson in how small preferences can hide inside large randomness without ever becoming rigid. Not all the shocks live on the number line. Take a circle and paint points along its edge, using the digits of a famously random-looking constant. Draw chords between certain repeated patterns, and the picture fills with delicate webs and wreaths. No mystery power at work, only the way our eyes summarize repeated motifs. And while we still don't know for sure whether those digits are perfectly even in the strict sense, the proof is open. Every test we've thrown at them has found them behaving as if every short string is as likely as every other, which means somewhere far out in those digits you will find your birthday, your phone number, the shape of your street, all packed beside each other, not because the universe wrote a message, but because true randomness is generous enough to include every small story. Some patterns feel like tricks until they are explained, and then they feel like tools. In the famous three-door puzzle, switching choices after new information arrives boosts your chances in a way that continues to surprise even smart, careful people. The lesson isn't about game shows. It's about how the mind compresses uncertainty and how data should change belief. In another classroom classic, gather just a few dozen people and the odds of a shared birthday leap far higher than intuition says. Not because calendars are cursed, but because the number of pairs grows explosively with the size of the group. You walk away with a new instinct for risk and coincidence in daily life. Other patterns connect domains that shouldn't talk to each other. The spacings between certain special points in a deep mathematical object, the very heartbeat of the prime numbers, seem to follow the same statistics as the energy levels of heavy atomic nuclei, a link first spotted by comparing charts from number theory to measurements in physics. The two systems are built from completely different stuff, yet the same don't cross each other spacing shows up, suggesting there are universal ways complex systems organize unpredictability. This isn't numerology. It's a robust match tested across data and decades, an example of how often the world recycles the same hidden choreography. Patterns also appear when rules are so simple, you'd swear they could only make boring pictures. Start with a short recipe for turning black and white squares on and off, and apply it again and again. Certain recipes spit out structures that look alive. Branches, shells, fractal seas, so detailed that artists use them and scientists mine them for insight into growth, turbulence, and signals. The moral is not that nature is secretly a grid, but that complexity doesn't need complicated instructions, which is why small changes in feedback can turn a steady process into a jagged coastline of behavior. Even the most romantic mystery numbers are often quietly practical. The ratio that appears in pentagons and certain leaf spirals is not a cosmic signature, so much as a good packing solution when things grow and avoid overlap. Make a new bud after turning by a fixed angle, and some angles distribute buds evenly and others clump them. The famous angle happens to work beautifully for spreading points around a disc, which is why sunflower heads and pine cones often look the way they do. The wonder here is not magic. It's optimization tested by growth. And then there are the problems that look like playground dares, but resist every attempt at a full answer. Pick any whole number, halve it if it's even, triple it and add one if it's odd, and repeat. Every number you try eventually falls into the same small loop, at least for every number we have ever checked, deep into territories computers struggle to reach. Yet no one has proved it always happens. This sequence is so easy to explain that children can play with it, and so hard to nail down that experts keep returning like climbers to a stubborn wall. It teaches humility, the kind that keeps you honest about what simple really means. You can apply these patterns without worshipping them. When you see diagonal streaks in data where you expected static, ask whether a hidden formula is carving a trail. When two messy systems share eerily similar statistics, consider that they may be different faces of the same organizing rule. When your gut rebels at a probability result, practice adjusting your belief with each new clue. When a simple feedback loop in your life, spend, reward, scroll, starts growing jagged, remember that complexity can bloom from tiny instructions and act at the level of the rule, not the outcome. Most of all, trade the thrill of forbidden patterns for the steadier thrill of verifiable ones. Check large samples, look for replication, Beware cherry-picked coincidences, and be generous with uncertainty when proofs are out of reach. If numbers sometimes seem to break reality, it's only because reality is larger than the shortcuts we use to make sense of it. The patterns were there all along, waiting for the right viewpoint, the right count, or the right question to bring them into focus. And when you finish this slow tour and set the pencil down, notice how your idea of order has changed. It's no longer a fragile glass that shatters at the first push of chance, but a flexible weave that lets randomness pass through and still manages to catch shape. A weave you can learn to recognize and, with care, use, so that the next time a result feels impossible, you don't look away, you look closer, and let the quiet logic of the pattern teach you how to see. Living machines inside you. How microscopic organisms shape your emotions. You carry a city inside you, not as poetry, but as biology, and the citizens of that city are microscopic organisms that talk to your brain through chemicals, nerves, and the immune system so quietly that you feel their messages as moods, cravings, and a general sense of being okay or not okay. To see it clearly, set aside hype and look at the three main roots of the gut-brain conversation and the careful experiments that revealed them. First is the nerve root, a direct phone line running between your intestines and the brainstem called the vagus nerve, which carries sensory updates about what is happening in your gut. In animals, certain beneficial bacteria lower anxiety-like behavior only if that line is intact. And when the nerve is cut, those emotional benefits fade. A clean demonstration that signals in the gut can modulate how the brain regulates stress. Second is the chemical route, a flow of small molecules made by microbes as they digest your food, including short-chain fatty acids such as acetate, propionate, and butyrate that help maintain the gut barrier, temper inflammation, and even influence how tightly the blood-brain barrier is sealed. Microbes also alter bile acids and transform dietary tryptophan into compounds that can nudge the body's own serotonin system. And although most serotonin is produced in the gut and does not cross directly into the brain, the way microbes steer tryptophan and related pathways can still shift the general tone of the stress response. Third is the immune route, where bacteria and their fragments interact with gut immune cells that then release signals into circulation. At healthy levels, this keeps the immune system calm, but when the gut lining becomes leaky under stress or poor diet, inflammatory molecules have more room to travel, and the resulting immune noise can reach the brain and tilt mood toward irritability or low energy. If you want proof that these routes matter, consider a few anchor findings. Animals raised without any microbes show an exaggerated stress response and altered brain chemistry that can be softened by introducing specific bacteria early in life. Transplanting gut communities from anxious or depressed donors into otherwise healthy rodents can transfer some of the behavior and stress traits with no other change. Flipping the direction, giving certain probiotic strains to stressed animals, reduces cortisol surges and improves exploratory behavior. And in some studies, these effects vanish if the vagus nerve is disabled, which ties the finding to a known wire rather than wishful thinking. Human data is by nature messier but steadily growing. People with irritable bowel symptoms often report anxiety or low mood alongside gut pain, and their microbial profiles differ on average from symptom-free controls. Small clinical trials suggest that a Mediterranean-style diet, rich in fiber, legumes, vegetables, and omega-3 fats, can reduce depressive symptoms, possibly by feeding bacteria that produce calming metabolites and by lowering systemic inflammation. Other trials show that adding fermented foods can increase microbiome diversity and lower inflammatory markers, changes that tend to correlate with improvements in stress resilience. Single-strain probiotics have produced modest but interesting results in volunteers. For example, reductions in daily stress reports or faster recovery on memory tasks after pressure. And multiple studies now use the term psychobiotics for microbes, or prebiotics that influence mental state. Although effects vary widely by person and brand and are rarely strong on their own, a clearer story appears when you zoom back to life habits rather than pills. Microbes thrive on complex fibers. humans cannot digest, but bacteria can. So diets with many plant types supply a broader menu and often yield more stable communities that make more butyrate, a metabolite linked to a calmer immune tone. Sleep and circadian rhythms matter because gut microbes cycle daily in composition and activity, and erratic eating windows or chronic sleep loss can disrupt that rhythm. Exercise increases microbial diversity and raises levels of helpful metabolites in both animals and humans. Stress management practices do not lodge a microbe directly, but they lower the hormones that loosen the gut barrier, which keeps inflammatory, signals where they belong, and indirectly protects mood. Early life deserves special attention. Birth method, infant feeding, household microbes, and early antibiotics leave long footprints on the developing gut community and on how the stress system is calibrated. That does not doom anyone to a fixed fate. It simply means that later habits may have different starting points and that rebuilding a healthy community can be slower if the foundation was disrupted. You should also know what is not yet proved and where to be careful. Fecal microbiota transplantation can be life-saving for a specific gut infection, but using it for mood is experimental and carries real risk of transferring unwanted microbes and traits. Overpromised probiotic blends may not colonize at all, and many commercial products are underdosed or contaminated. The same microbe can help one person and do nothing for another because diet, genetics, and existing microbes set the stage for how new arrivals behave. And no gut plan replaces treatment for major depression or anxiety disorders, although it can be a useful support for some. If you want to test the gut-brain link in your own life without chasing headlines, start with steps that are simple, safe, and boring in the best way. Feed your inner city daily with a variety of plants rather than the same 3 vegetables every week, and make room for intact grains, beans, nuts, and seeds so that complex fibers reach the colon and become fuel for the microbes that produce calming acids. Include modest amounts of fermented foods like yogurt, kefir, kimchi, or unsweetened pickles, if you tolerate them, introducing them slowly. Choose whole proteins and healthy fats that carry omega-3s, which help resolve inflammation and may work alongside microbial metabolites to support a balanced stress response. Keep a regular sleep window and a consistent first and last bite each day to give microbes a predictable rhythm. Move your body most days to boost microbial diversity and to train your own stress system to recover faster. Use antibiotics only when indicated and finish the course as prescribed. Then rebuild gently with fiber rather than assuming a capsule can restore a forest overnight. And learn a few vagus-friendly breathing exercises that raise parasympathetic tone because calm signals from brain to gut change which microbes flourish, which in turn makes it easier to stay calm. Along the way, pay attention to how specific foods make you feel in the following day or two, not just in the hour after eating, because microbial fermentation takes time. Keep notes for a month, and you may see patterns that were invisible in memory. The larger lesson is humbling and hopeful at the same time. Your emotions are not only thoughts in the head, they are also conversations with billions of tiny partners who prefer stability, fiber, and steady routines. Treat them well, and they tend to return the favor by building a gut lining that leaks less, an immune system that overreacts less, and a stream of quiet molecules that help the brain settle. Neglect them, and they protest in the only language they have, with bloat, fatigue, and a mood that frays at the edges. None of this is magic, and none of it means your microbes decide who you are, but it does mean you can choose the conditions that let the right microbes speak up, shaping the background of how you feel each day so that your inner city becomes a good place to live. The great cosmic silence, what the missing signals might be trying to tell us. You stand under a sky full of transmitters that never speak, and the silence is so complete it feels like a message. So what exactly is the message, and how can we read it without inventing ghosts? Begin with the plain reality that for decades we've been listening for narrowband whistles or quick optical flashes that machines, not stars, would make, and we've found no confirmed artificial signals which is not proof of emptiness so much as a measurement with limits. We have sampled only a thimble of the cosmic ocean, only certain frequencies, only for short stretches, and only with search patterns designed around our own technologies. A civilization using tight laser links between planets or buried fiber across a homeworld would leak almost nothing to space. So when you imagine someone out there, remember that you're also choosing the way they talk. Silence also says something about time. Civilizations may be brief compared to the long life of stars, so the overlap between a society that broadcasts loudly and a distant listener who happens to be pointing the right way could be vanishingly small. Think of two lighthouse beams that rarely cross, not because there are no ships, but because timing is the real enemy. The early Earth did not scream alive to telescopes either. For billions of years, oxygen was locked away until photosynthetic life rewired the atmosphere, and even then the biosignature rose slowly. If most life spends its time like that, quiet, microbial, and underwater, then intelligence could be, rare or simply shy, tucked under ice crusts on ocean worlds where radios make no sense. There are practical reasons a galaxy might be full of minds that don't call. Power is expensive, so broadcasting in all directions for centuries is wasteful. Much smarter to beam messages narrowly, routed by gravity assists and orbital positions, which means we only hear them when we sit exactly in the path. Caution is reasonable too. Advertise too loudly, and you reveal your location to anything that listens without empathy. You don't need dark science fiction to understand restraint, only the game theory of unknown audiences. And then there is the simple fact that we are listening now with instruments good at hearing what we ourselves would send. Perhaps the cosmic internet runs on particles we barely use, neutrinos, exotic carriers, even modulated starlight piggybacking on normal emissions. So our searches might be pointing at the wrong window and the choir is singing just outside it. Yet silence is not only a list of maybes, it is discipline because it forces us to weigh the difference between no signal exists and no signal detected. And that difference changes how we build our next experiments. Engineers design receivers that sweep wider parts of the sky for longer, algorithms that spot repeating patterns buried in noise, and strategies that look for side effects of industry rather than greetings. Waste heat in the infrared from vast power collectors, odd chemical blends in exoplanet atmospheres that do not fit known geology or biology, tight uniform beams that blink on and off in ways natural objects do not. None of these require believing in fantasies. They require patience and a willingness to be surprised. The quiet also nudges how we think about ourselves. The famous worry, the great filter, asks whether there is a step in the path from chemistry to spacefaring civilization that is so hard most worlds never pass it. Perhaps the filter lies behind us in the improbable origin of life or the rise of complex cells. Perhaps it lies ahead in dangers we can see too clearly, where technological power outpaces wisdom. If silence holds, it pushes us to treat our future with more care, not more despair. There is another message in the missing messages. We should stop assuming that intelligence equals a hunger to expand. Some minds may look inward, optimizing beauty or understanding without ever planting beacons in the dark. Some may prefer virtual, worlds that consume little and leak less. Some may live in environments that punish visibility. Deep seas, thick atmospheres, subsurface oceans, where survival means quiet, proud persistence rather than shouting into the cold. Even on our planet, not all complex societies build radio towers. Necessity, not destiny, drives technology. And the quiet is generous with humility. It reminds you that most of our first mysteries turned out to be natural. Quick radio. Bursts that looked artificial are now traced to extreme astrophysics. Lone anomalies fade when better data arrives. The lesson isn't to stop looking, it's to love null results because they teach you where not to dig and how not to fool yourself. Still, the missing signals can teach in positive ways. They encourage a many messenger approach, listen in radio and optical, but also watch heat light in the mid-infrared for vast energy use. Scan atmospheres for industrial chemicals that biology would not make in bulk. Search for city-sized nightlights on the dark sides of close-in exoplanets. A long shot, but a concrete test. Use networks of small telescopes to catch brief laser glints that a planet could use like a Morse code across the void. Build long campaigns that return to the same targets again and again, because patience is the cheapest upgrade we have. And don't underestimate the value of context. Mapping the galactic neighborhoods where long-term habitability is more likely, where supernovae are rarer and metallicity supports rocky planets, can focus time where the odds are better, even if they remain small. If silence were a person, it would be a strict teacher. It makes you define your claims, register your biases, and accept that a negative result is data. The practical steps that follow are calm and doable. Open data lets many eyes recheck suspicious events. Citizen science finds needles that automated scans miss. Anomaly detection tools search archives for patterns no one thought to ask about. Cross-checks between teams prevent a wow from becoming a myth. And, perhaps most important, the same instruments built to hear others make us better at hearing the universe itself. Discovering planets, timing pulsars, mapping gas, catching gravitational waves that whisper of colliding black holes. Even if no deliberate message ever arrives, the act of listening builds a deeper map of reality that is worth the effort on its own. What the missing signals might be trying to tell you then is not a cosmic no, but a set of gentle instructions. Widen your search beyond your own habits. Trade quick certainty for careful accumulation. Expect most things to be natural, but leave a chair for the impossible guest, and treat each year of quiet as a reason to live more wisely here, so that if someone one day listens our way, they meet a planet that learned to be interesting without burning itself out. When you step outside tonight and hear nothing, resist the urge to fill the quiet with fear. Let it slow your breath and sharpen your sense of scale instead. Somewhere, under other skies, another listener may be taking the same slow breath, building the same patient tools, and writing the same lesson at the top of their notes. Absence is not emptiness. It is an invitation to keep asking better questions. And that is a conversation worth having, even across a silent galaxy. The deep ocean paradox. Creatures that rewrite what life should be. You think you know what life is until you follow a camera down the continental slope and watch the rules loosen. Light fades to blue, then to nothing. Pressure rises to the weight of skyscrapers stacked on your shoulders. Oxygen thins, and yet the screen blooms with organisms that make you rewrite your ideas in real time. To understand the deep ocean paradox, you don't need myths, only the plain, testable ways. Creatures survive where sunlight never reaches, and ordinary biology seems out of place. Start with the simplest surprise: an entire community that runs without photosynthesis. At hydrothermal vents, seawater seeps into cracks, heats up within the crust, and erupts loaded with metals and hydrogen sulfide. There, giant tube worms blossom like red-tipped pipe organs, despite having no mouth or gut because their bodies house dense symbiotic bacteria that oxidize sulfide and feed them from the inside, turning chemical energy into sugars the way plants turn light into sugars. On land. Nearby, mussels and clams do a similar deal with methane oxidizing partners at cold seeps, where hydrocarbons trickle from the seabed. The point is not romance, but an alternative economy. Ecosystems powered by geology and chemistry rather than sunshine, robust enough to build carbonate chimneys like cathedrals and to support predators in utter darkness. Now consider pressure, the quiet tyrant of the abyss. As you descend past 1,000 meters into the bathypelagic and still farther into Hadal trenches, every square centimeter feels tons of force. Proteins and membranes that work fine at the surface would twist or stall. Deep fissures and amphipods counter by changing the fats in their cell membranes to stay flexible, by stockpiling small molecules such as trimethylamine N-oxide that stabilize folded proteins, and by shaving away gas-filled spaces so nothing collapses. The deepest known snailfish looks almost delicate on video, translucent, with soft bones and no swim bladder, yet it thrives where metal spheres groan. Temperature and chemistry carve other niches you can test. Along the Red Sea and in the Gulf of Mexico lie brine pools, small lakes of saltwater heavier than seawater that sit like dark mirrors on the seafloor. Dip an ROV into one, and fish die within seconds, while mussel beds thrive at the fringes thanks to their microbial tenants. Proof that sharp boundaries can pack worlds together centimeters apart. A dead whale that falls to the abyss becomes a years-long reef. Scavengers arrive first. Then, bone-eating zombie worms called osedacs send root-like tissues into the skeleton and farm symbionts to digest fats the way a forester would tap trees, and dozens of species follow in waves until almost nothing remains. Life in the deep doesn't waste an opportunity. It engineers succession. Eyes have to be reinvented where light is scarce, and the solutions are as practical as they are strange. Bioluminescence, light made by chemistry, is so common in the deep that it feels like the default. Prey use it to vanish by countershading their bellies, so they match the dim glow from above. Predators use lures to stitch false stars in front of their mouths, and some deep-sea dragonfish go further by producing far-red light. Most animals can't see, while modifying their own visual pigments with a chlorophyll-derived helper so they can hunt with an invisible flashlight. Other bodies abandon formality in favor of function. Siphonophores can grow longer than whales, yet are colonies composed of repeated modules that split the labor of eating, floating, and stinging. An animal that acts like a city, or a city that acts like an animal, depending on how you count. Glass sponges fuse silica into lattices that rival engineered materials and can live for centuries in polar depths. Giant single-celled xenophyophores sprawl across the seafloor like fragile trophies, reminding you that size does not belong only to multicellular life. For all the oddity, there is discipline in how these creatures solve problems. Energy is scarce, so growth is slow, and lives can be long. Deep corals lay down rings that suggest millennial ages, and Arctic and subarctic sharks push record longevity by moving cold and conserving energy, trading speed for time. Food is patchy. So many inhabitants rise each night toward the surface to feed and sink by day to avoid being seen. A daily vertical migration that may be the single largest movement of biomass on Earth. If the ocean had a heartbeat, this would be it. Where oxygen dips to near nothing in mid-water zones, animals shrink gills, slow metabolism, or carry specialized hemoglobins to squeeze out every usable molecule. Where iron or sulfur seep from the crust, bacteria build mats and towers that become scaffolds for grazers and predators. Everywhere, waste becomes resource, and that circularity is the lesson you can apply on land without ever touching salt water. The paradox sharpens when you look at intelligence and sensing. Without light, many animals rely on pressure and vibration. Gelatinous hunters feel the wakes of passing prey, and squid flash-coded messages in bioluminescent pulses that project language into the dark. When cameras first filmed these behaviors, they forced biologists to expand the idea of communication beyond eyesight and sound waves in air. Technology keeps catching up. Pressure-tolerant samplers now bring up enzymes that function at depths, where an ordinary lab freezer would be tropical, and those proteins are being studied for industrial processes that need stability under extremes. Fiber optic networks on the seafloor serve as distributed ears that can pick up whale songs, earthquakes, even storms overhead. A reminder that sensors don't always have to be built. They can be borrowed from infrastructure we already have. You should also hold on to the limits. The vent water can reach hundreds of degrees at the nozzle, but cools rapidly, so animals do not live at those extreme temperatures. Giants of the deep are often slowed by cold, and supported by high pressure, more than by secret growth hormones. And while dramatic footage of transparent jellies captures attention, it's the small, abundant mid-water fishes and crustaceans that run the carbon economy by moving the ocean's snow up and down each day. The honest mysteries are better than made-up ones. How often vents switch on and off, how resilient their communities are to disturbance, how deep the biosphere extends into rock. and how climate-driven changes in oxygen and acidity will redraw these maps in your lifetime. The takeaway isn't that the deep mocks the rules of life. It clarifies them. Life persists by turning constraints into features, swapping sunlight for sulfur, rigidity for flexibility, individual for colony, speed for longevity, and by teaming up with microbes whenever an energy puzzle appears. If you let that change how you think, the deep becomes more than a faraway spectacle. It becomes a manual, designed for scarcity, embrace modularity, reuse every scrap, sense through multiple channels, and build partnerships that let you borrow abilities you don't have. And when you picture that ROV light fading into blue again, let the quiet ending be this. The ocean's darkest rooms are not empty, they are precise, and their creatures don't break what life should be. They expand it, so that the next time you face a hard environment in your own world, you remember that thriving often begins by asking a better question than, can I survive here? It begins by asking, what else counts as food, light, or teamwork if I'm willing to learn from the dark, phantom pain of the universe? Energy, fluctuations that shouldn't be there. Put your ear to the universe, and you'll hear a hiss that never turns off, a kind of phantom pain in reality. Energy flickers that persist, even when we chill matter, to the edge of absolute zero and switch off every lamp we can control. And the strange part is that these flickers are not mistakes or myths, but lawful features of a quantum world that refuses to sit perfectly still. To see them clearly, follow a handful of honest clues that stretch from frozen labs to the birth of galaxies without leaning on symbols or speculation. Begin at the coldest bench we know how to build. When physicists trap a tiny mechanical beam, microns long, thinner than a hair, and cool it so far down that all ordinary thermal jiggling should stop, the beam still quivers a little, a leftover, motion that is the ground state itself, asserting that position and momentum can't both be perfectly sharp. This isn't a defect of the freezer, it's a flaw set by nature, and it shows up again when you try to measure that motion with laser light. Your probe adds its own quantum kick, a back and forth that engineers call the standard quantum limit, and now push past using squeezed light that quiets noise in one variable while letting it swell in the other. If you want a macroscopic proof that zero-point motion matters, pour your attention into a simple element. Helium stubbornly refuses to freeze at atmospheric pressure, even as you approach absolute zero, because its atoms retain enough residual motion to slip past the crystal grid. The liquid that survives there is not a failure to get cold, but a reminder that ground state energy has consequences you can hold in your hand. Turn out the lights completely, and an excited atom will still drop to a lower state and emit a photon, a process called spontaneous emission that happens even in perfect darkness, because the electromagnetic field that fills space jitters by a tiny amount at all times. Atomic clocks, the very devices we use to define time, are limited by this background shot noise, and the world's most sensitive interferometers, including the instruments that listen for far-off black hole mergers, fight the same vacuum, hiss, by injecting carefully prepared states of light to lower the noise in the measurement channel that matters most. Now widen the lens and let those small fluctuations become architects. In the leading picture of the early universe, there was an absurdly brief moment of rapid expansion that stretched quantum fluctuations, microscopic ripples in density, up to cosmic scale. When that expansion ended, the ripples froze in as a very faint mottling in the afterglow of the Big Bang, a pattern of temperature variations only a few parts in 100,000 across the sky. Those freckles are not decorative. They are fossils of quantum noise, and over billions of years, gravity amplified them into the web of galaxies we see with telescopes today. The largest structures you can imagine may have started as the smallest allowable wiggles. The same idea, that emptiness can lend or borrow energy for tiny moments, takes on a sharper edge near horizons. A black hole's boundary divides space into regions that can never talk again, and quantum fields straddling that boundary get pulled apart. The result is Hawking radiation, a slow leak of energy from a black hole that, in principle, would eventually evaporate even the giants we paint as perfect prisons. We can't wait around for a real black hole to fade, but nature lets us test the logic in safer settings. Sound waves near the flowing edge of a superfluid, light in a carefully shaped fiber, or excitations in cold atoms can all create effective horizons, and teams have measured faint, thermal-like emissions from those horizons with the same statistical fingerprints Hawking predicted, suggesting the effect is about horizons and fields rather than exotic gravity alone. These phantom energies can even dip below zero in small patches, yes, negative, without breaking the books, as long as the dips are compensated by positive energy nearby. By squeezing quantum fields, researchers have produced tiny regions where the measured energy density is lower than the vacuum level, and use that trick to sharpen measurements and reduce noise in gravitational wave detectors, all under strict inequality rules that prevent runaway paradoxes. Move from cosmic scale back into our devices, and the lesson doesn't fade. The most delicate superconducting circuits hum with quantum fluctuations that lift and drop energy levels by slivers, limiting how long a qubit, a tiny quantum memory, can hold its state. Microwave amplifiers built to read those qubits face a quantum noise temperature that no amount of cooling can erase unless you shape the vacuum itself. Even a simple resistor, cooled until thermal noise should vanish, continues to spit out high-frequency hiss because the charges feel the restless ground state of the electromagnetic field. And yet these shouldn't-be-there energies are not enemies. With care, they become tools. Squeezed light reduces the randomness in one measurement channel, and now helps the world's largest interferometers see faint space-time ripples from billions of light-years away. Optomechanical devices use the pressure of single photons to cool and control motion right at the quantum floor, opening routes to sensors that can weigh the pull of gravity from a teacup of water. Zero-point motion inspires materials design, from membranes that are quiet enough to let us probe dark matter candidates to crystals tuned so their lowest vibrations push electrons into unusual phases. What about the biggest phantom of all, the tiny push we call dark energy that makes the expansion of space speed up? It may be a bare property of the vacuum or the gentle sway of a field we have not named yet. Either way, it enters this story as the largest scale reminder that background energy matters, and yes, our best simple estimates for vacuum energy disagree wildly with what the sky tells us, a loud signal that our understanding of how quantum fields and gravity share accounting is unfinished. Honesty about that mismatch is not a weakness of science, but its hinge, the place where the next insight must swing. Through all of this, one caution keeps you safe. Energy fluctuations are real and measurable, but they obey strict constraints on how big, how long, and how they can be arranged. They don't hand out free power or let you beat thermodynamics. They simply make the ground under every process a little springy. The practical philosophy you can carry away is simple and empowering. First, don't confuse zero with nothing happening. In a quantum world, the floor itself is alive with lawful jitter. Second, learn to listen rather than to fight. What seems like unavoidable noise may contain fingerprints you can use, whether you're timing pulsars, stabilizing clocks, or imaging the faint afterglow of the beginning. Third, let the humility land. Some of the universe's grandest structures and some of our most sensitive instruments owe their shape to fluctuations that, at first glance, shouldn't be there. When you step outside tonight and the air feels still, remember, the deeper stillness is never silent. Beneath your feet and overhead, fields quiver, horizons whisper, and the fabric of space keeps its own quiet beat. A pulse so faint you need patience and cleverness to hear it. And once you do, you'll never mistake the phantom for a flaw again. You'll recognize it as the signature of a world whose lowest note is not zero, but a soft, enduring hum. Hidden dimensions revealed by particle collisions at the edge of physics. You don't need to leave 3 dimensions to suspect there might be more. You just have to watch what happens when we slam particles together so hard that space itself starts to show its seams, because colliders act like microscopes for geometry, and if hidden dimensions exist, they would leave fingerprints we can actually look for without hand-waving or secret codes. Begin with a simple picture. A dimension is just a direction you can move. If there are extra ones, they might be curled up so tightly you never notice them in daily life. Or they might be stretched and warped so that most of physics stays pinned to a familiar three-dimensional sheet while gravity leaks farther. That's not fantasy for its own sake. A century ago, Kaluza and Klein tried adding a tiny circular dimension to make gravity and electromagnetism look like two faces of one geometry. And in modern theories like string frameworks, additional dimensions aren't decorations. They're load-bearing parts that decide which particles and forces are possible, much like the body of a violin fixes which notes can ring. How do you test that with metal and magnets? You raise energy until the collider's flashlight is bright enough to rattle those hidden directions. If extra dimensions are real and not absurdly small, collisions can do two striking things. First, they can excite what are essentially harmonics of familiar particles, copies with heavier masses called towers. If a particle can vibrate around a small extra circle, it can appear to us at a series of specific higher energies. In a detector, those show up as clean bumps in plots where you add the energies of 2 photons or 2 electrons and see an unexpected excess at one mass, like a bell note appearing above the normal noise. Second, if gravity can wander into extra dimensions more than other forces, a violent collision can throw a bit of gravitational energy off our visible sheet. To us, it looks like something invisible took a bite out of the momentum balance. Detectors do a simple, honest trick. They surround the collision with layers that measure charged tracks and splashes of energy. Then they add all the motion sideways. If there's a large, unaccounted push in one direction, they flag missing. Transverse momentum, a signature that something neutral and non-interacting left the scene. Extra-dimensional gravitons, if they can be made, would do exactly that. And the cleanest way to look is to demand a single powerful jet or photon recoiling against the invisible guest, a monojet or monophoton event. And then count how often it happens versus what ordinary physics predicts. There are other honest clues. If the extra directions are warped rather than simply curled, gravity might stack up into resonances that decay back into 2 photons or 2 leptons at telltale masses. If standard forces themselves can peek into the hidden space, their carriers could have heavier echoes that sharpen the same kind of bumps. And if the fabric is wild enough at tiny scales, collisions might even make microscopic horizons, tiny black holes that would evaporate in a breath of time into a spray of ordinary particles with a characteristic balance of energies and angles. None of these ideas requires new words for magic. Each comes with a concrete detector pattern we can search for. And if we fail to see one, we use that null result to say, the extra dimensions, if they exist, must be smaller than this, or gravity cannot leak more than that. Colliders aren't the only probes. If extra dimensions soften gravity at short range, then exquisitely careful torsion balance experiments that measure tiny twists between masses just a hair's breadth apart should see Newton's pull deviate from the familiar inverse square law. So far, those tabletop setups have kept the curve impressively straight down to fractions of a millimeter, which quietly rules out whole families of large hidden dimensions. Astrophysics adds its own pressure. Extra ways for gravity to carry energy would change how stars cool and how supernovae shed heat. Observations of those violent events, plus the regular heartbeat of binary pulsars, already fence in some possibilities. But the collider story remains the most vivid because it is so hands-on. A high-energy event begins as 2 protons meeting inside a magnetic racetrack. Each proton is a bag of smaller constituents, so the true collision is between quarks and gluons inside them. Detectors then act like layered cameras. An inner tracker measures the charged shards. Calorimeters measure energy splashes. Outer chambers spot muons. Software reconstructs objects, jets, electrons, photons, then asks if their totals agree with basic bookkeeping. Hidden dimensions don't announce themselves with neon. They whisper through excesses in the far tails of these distributions. through a bump where none should be, or through a persistent deficit in the energy balance. That's why the phrase bump hunting exists, and why entire teams spend months just understanding backgrounds so that a modest hill on a plot can be trusted. What has the search taught us so far, beyond not yet? It's narrowed the space of plausible hidden worlds. If there are curled dimensions large enough to change gravity at human scales, we would have seen it. If there are warped dimensions that concentrate gravity into a resonance in the energy range we've reached, the resonance is hiding well. If missing momentum events from gravitons were common at accessible energies, modern detectors would be flooded with monojet signatures. Each non-sighting is not a defeat, but a measurement. Compactification must be tighter, warps must be steeper, or the new notes lie at higher energies than we can currently play. And the search has side benefits that pay back immediately. Algorithms that can pick rare patterns out of firestorms of data, timing systems that assign particles to the right collision out of many overlapping ones, and detector upgrades that sharpen our ability to see the faint, all of which improve our view of known physics, even as we chase the unknown. If extra dimensions turn up tomorrow or a decade from now, they won't feel like a philosophical flourish, they'll feel practical. They could explain why gravity is so weak compared to other forces, because it spreads into directions we can't access while electromagnetism stays home. They could reshape cosmology by changing how the early universe expanded and how dark matter interacts, or doesn't, with ordinary particles. They could place our world on a membrane with neighbors stacked nearby in a deeper space. A picture that sounds wild until you realize the tests for it are no wilder than counting photons and checking whether a curve is too fat in the tail. The healthy caution is simple. Extraordinary claims must ride on ordinary plots, the kinds you can hand to a skeptical friend and say, "Here is the background, here is the hill, here is why it is real." Until such a hill rises beyond doubt, the honest posture is patience and better instruments. That posture is not empty, it changes how you think. You learn to value null results because they clear away mirages. You learn to design questions that a detector can actually answer. And you learn to love the possibility that space has more room than you thought, not as a daydream, but as a working hypothesis you can press with magnets, silicon, and code. So the next time you see a photograph of a collider's glowing rings, don't imagine a monster machine hunting for magic. Imagine a careful ear pressed to the smallest scales, listening for new notes in the geometry beneath your feet. Notes that would tell you your daily world is just a slice of a larger instrument, and that the rest of the music is there, waiting, if you can build a bow steady enough to make it sing. Secrets locked in light. How photons may be carrying forbidden information. You've spent your life thinking of light as color and brightness, but a single photon is more like a courier with pockets inside pockets. Polarization in one, timing in another, phase and spatial twist in others. And when you learn to open those pockets carefully, you discover that photons routinely carry information you once thought forbidden, messages that can be read with almost no energy, images formed by light that never touch the object, secrets shared in a way that exposes eavesdroppers on the spot. None of this breaks physics. It uses physics' strict limits as tools. Begin with the quiet truth that a photon isn't just a dot of light, it has multiple handles you can grab. Polarization is like a tiny compass you can set at any angle. Time bins mark early versus late arrival. Color spreads across razor-thin frequency slots. The wavefront can be sculpted into rings that carry orbital angular momentum so the beam twists like a corkscrew. Each handle is an alphabet. Engineers now shape single photons into high-dimensional symbols, so one particle can represent more than simple on or off, and free space links across cities have already used these twisted modes to send streams of bits on beams that look ordinary to the eye. The forbidden part begins when you ask how to copy or sneak on those bits. In the quantum rules, perfect copying of an unknown photon state is impossible, and any measurement that tries to learn too much about it leaves smudges. Quantum key distribution turns that fragility into a shield by encoding random bits onto single photons and checking for the telltale disturbances an eavesdropper would cause. This isn't marketing fluff. Long-distance tests, including satellite relays, have shared keys between continents and caught the environment itself acting. Like a clumsy spy when clouds or misalignment crept in, photons also let you learn with fewer touches than classical thinking allows. In interaction-free schemes, an interferometer is tuned so a photon would normally exit one port. Place an absorbing object in one arm and the interference is disturbed. And sometimes you infer the object's presence precisely because the photon arrives at the wrong port instead of being absorbed. Counterintuitive? Yes. Magical? No. You are extracting information from the way possibilities were allowed or blocked, and careful versions of the idea have been used to test delicate samples with dramatically fewer absorbed photons than a bright lamp would require. A cousin of that trick is ghost imaging, where one photon of a pair bounces off a random pattern and never sees the object, while its partner goes through or past the object to a bucket detector that only counts something. Arrived, no spatial detail at all. By correlating the two streams, you reconstruct an image, even though the imaging photon never touched the scene. It sounds like a riddle until you remember that correlations can carry structure just as surely as intensity can. The picture lives in the relationship between two streams, not only in either one. When two photons are truly identical, another strange doorway opens. Send them into the two inputs of a beam splitter, and they prefer to leave together through the same output rather than split. A soft rule revealed by the famous dip in coincidence counts. This bunching is more than a party trick. It's a sensitive test of indistinguishability, a way to stitch distant quantum memories together, and the basis for photonic logic where gates are built from interference rather than transistors. In practice, labs use it to tell whether two sources are making compatible photons and to entangle systems that never met, like two distant atoms that release one photon each into a common device. Photons also smuggle structure through messy worlds. In tissue or fog, most light scatters into noise, but time-correlated single photon detectors pick out the earliest arrivals that traveled the cleanest path, turning what looks like a wash of grey into depth maps and even around-the-corner images by timing faint echoes off walls. Ultra-weak laser pulses, when compared to cleverly prepared quantum probes, can reveal the state of an optical memory with fewer photons than any classical source could use with the same reliability, a concept called quantum reading. Here, the forbidden idea is that using less energy can be better at getting the answer if you exploit non-classical correlations. And then there is the family of experiments that seem to flirt with time itself without ever breaking causality. In delayed choice eraser setups, you can preserve or erase which path information about a photon's journey, and the interference pattern reappears or vanishes accordingly. But only in the subset of events you analyze in coincidence, which means nothing travels backward in time and no message outruns light. What changes is where the information lives, sometimes spread across a pair of photons, sometimes locked in a single one, and your analysis decides which story you read. The same caution keeps the most dramatic claims in check. Entanglement can coordinate outcomes across distance in ways that no local hidden recipe can explain. That's what the famous violation of certain inequalities teaches, but it cannot be used to signal faster than light. The correlations are real and powerful, yet they only become visible when classical notes compare records at light-limited speeds. In that sense, photons are strict teachers. They give you authenticity, tamper-evident keys. Stealth, learn with less light, and reach, modes that carry rich alphabets. But they never let you cheat the speed limit or copy without a trace. The practical side of all this is already near you. Quantum-safe networks are springing up that combine conventional encryption with key bits delivered by single-photon links so attacks leave footprints. Single-photon LiDAR counts picosecond arrival times to measure depth through rain and haze where classical pulses would drown. Random number generators based on photon shot noise replace weak randomness in security tokens. Polarizing sunglasses on your dashboard are a classroom demo of why certain light carries orientation hidden to unfiltered eyes. Even biology listens. Single photon methods watch molecules switch shape and reveal pathways inside living cells that ensemble measurements would blur. And at the largest scale, the light from distant galaxies carries subtle polarization cues that can betray magnetic fields between clusters or the fingerprints of new physics that twist polarization by a hair. We are learning to read those hairline rotations the way a forensic analyst reads a smudge. If there is a philosophy buried in these devices, it's gentle and exacting at once. Information is not a substance you pour. It is a relationship you prepare, preserve, and measure, and photons are exemplary carriers because they interact weakly, travel far, and offer many knobs to encode that relationship. When talk turns breathless, instant messages across the stars, perfect invisibility, bring it back to what has been shown and built. No faster than light channels, no free copying, no circumventing thermodynamics. Instead, a quieter revolution, where we learn to make every photon count, to hide meaning in degrees of freedom our naked senses ignore, to pull images from correlations rather than brightness, and to prove honesty by the very disturbance a thief must cause. So the next time a sunbeam slips through a curtain or a phone sensor maps your face in the dark, pause and let the thoughts settle. Each photon is a letter with layered ink, some visible, some only under the right light, and the most surprising, messages are not those that break the rules, but those that use the rules so precisely that your old intuitions feel out of date. Learn to read that layered script, and light stops being background. It becomes a library, and every pulse is a page. The human time warp, experiments that bend your sense of now. You think now is a clean slice, a razor-thin instant you're standing in, and then simple, honest experiments start bending it, stretching, stitching, and rearranging moments, until you realize the present you feel is a construction. Your brain assembles after the fact, fast enough to live by, yet flexible enough to fool. Begin with a clock on the wall and a quick eye movement. Snap your gaze from your screen to the second hand, and it often seems to pause for a heartbeat. The stopped clock illusion, a clue that during rapid eye jumps, your visual system briefly suppresses input and then fills the gap by extending what you first see. So your conscious now quietly borrows time to keep the world stable. And this post-editing recurs across senses in ways you can test without props. Hold a finger out and waggle it while a friend clicks a pen once against a desk-sized metronome. The click feels sharper than a regular tick, and the interval around it feels longer, the oddball effect, because novelty recruits more attention. And your brain writes a denser record, and since the sense of duration is tied to how much change you encode, surprises expand time while sameness compresses it. That's why a first day in a new city feels long, and the following week blurs. Not because clocks change, but because your memory budget does. Now catch the most famous speed trick on a moving target. In the flash lag illusion, a bright flash appears next to a moving object, yet you see the mover ahead of the flash, as if motion outruns light. Nothing supernatural is happening. Your brain predicts where the mover should be, and then aligns your experience to the best guess rather than to the raw delay, a strategy that usually helps you catch balls and dodge bicycles, even if it sometimes gets fooled in the lab. Prediction bleeds into backdating, where later events rewrite earlier ones in your awareness. In a Colorify demonstration, show two dots of different colors in different places, one after the other, and you perceive a single dot sliding between them while changing color halfway along a path it never physically traveled. A sign that your brain waits a short window, collects the sequence, and then renders the best continuous story. Like a film editor who decides how the scene should have looked once the cut is complete. Sound can seize control of vision's timing too. Present one flash paired with two quick beeps, and many observers report seeing two flashes, the sound-induced flash illusion, because the auditory system has finer temporal resolution, and the brain trusts it when fusing events across senses. So your now is a negotiated settlement between modalities, not a single channel's report. Try the cutaneous rabbit on your skin, a rapid series of taps at your wrist and then near your elbow makes you feel phantom hops in between, as if touches filled the blank arm space. The skin's map and your timing circuits are co-conspirators, smearing sparse inputs into a plausible track, and the same smoothing, called a temporal integration window, runs about 1/10 of a second for vision and can be tuned by attention, fatigue, and training. Other gaps reveal bottlenecks you live with daily. In the attentional blink, you're shown a fast stream of letters with 2 targets buried inside, such as numbers. And if the second target lands within a few tenths of a second of the first, you often miss it entirely, as if perception blinked. The system that stamps items into durable form needs recovery time, and your continuous awareness is actually chunked into packets whose capacity and spacing you can measure. Agency warps clocks from the inside. In intentional binding experiments, a simple action like pressing a button and the resulting beep feel closer in time when you chose the action than when a machine moved your finger, hinting that the brain compresses cause and effect when it believes, "I did that," and stretches them when you feel passive. This isn't philosophy in disguise, but a robust timing bias that shifts with context, fatigue, and mood. Stress distorts timing for reasons you can feel. In sudden fear, people later report the event as unfolding in slow motion. But when researchers drop volunteers safely in controlled conditions and measure temporal resolution on the fly, perception isn't sped up. Instead, the memory trace is richer and replay feels longer. A reminder that felt duration is an output of what you store, not a stopwatch inside your head. Even your heartbeat and breath tug the meter. During certain phases of the cardiac cycle, moments seem shorter or longer by tiny amounts, and anxiety, which speeds the heart, biases you toward overestimating intervals, body rhythms, and the time. Sense are coupled loops, which is why paced breathing and steady movement can stabilize subjective time in performance. Dig a layer deeper, and you'll meet 2 quiet rules that keep the chaos useful. First, the brain aligns signals with very different transmission speeds. Light from the eye arrives faster than touch or pain from the hand. By buffering and calibrating, so that a felt tap and a seen tap arrive together in experience, even though they do not in the nerves. Train the system with consistent delays and you can shift what feels simultaneous. A laboratory version of how musicians learn to play ahead of a beat to sound exactly on it in a hall. Second, the brain favors continuity over perfect accuracy. It smooths noise across an interval, a continuity field, so the world doesn't shimmer with micro-changes. When the smoothing spills over event boundaries, you get illusions like chronostasis and flash lag, trade-offs your nervous system accepts because stable reality is more useful than raw jitter. The practical payoffs are not esoteric. If you want days to feel longer, increase the rate of meaningful novelty, new routes, new skills, varied social contact. If you need a moment to feel shorter, reduce change and minimize markers, which is why waiting in a blank corridor lasts forever and a busy cafe wait flies. If you're training attention, use metronomes and oddball patterns to learn how novelty pulls the eye and how to resist. If you design interfaces or classrooms, bunch changes rather than scattering them, because the brain's blink will swallow closely spaced signals. If you perform on stage or on a field, practice under different heart rates so that your timing stays accurate when adrenaline bends your internal clock. Keep the limits close by. Famous readiness potential studies that compare brain activity to reported intention times have spurred debates about free will. But their timing measures are noisy and their meanings contested. What they do prove cleanly is that the feeling of deciding and the motor plan are not stamped at a single instant. Agency, like perception, is assembled. And remember that training can move the needle. Percussionists, gamers, and sprinters measurably shrink their useful windows and detect finer gaps, not because time changed, but because their brains learn to draw the line more precisely. When you step back from the lab and look at a day with this in mind, the human time warp no longer feels like a bug. It's a feature that lets a slow, wet brain keep up with a fast, noisy world by predicting, smoothing, and revising just enough to guide your next move. You cannot stop the editing, but but you can learn its style. Give your mind diverse moments so it encodes more richly. Protect focused blocks so the blink doesn't steal what matters. Use breath to steady the body's metronome, and treat surprise as a way to stretch minutes on purpose. Then, at night, when hours seem to vanish and the day compresses to a few bright beads, you'll know why. And you'll be kinder to yourself about how much now really holds. Because it was never a point. It was always a living span you help shape. Magnetic portals that connect Earth directly to the sun. Imagine the sky above you quietly hinging open, not with science fiction tunnels, but with invisible doors of magnetism, so that particles and energy from the sun pour straight into Earth's space, trace luminous rivers to the poles, and write moving curtains in the night. Those magnetic portals are real in the sober sense physicists mean. And learning how they work will change how you picture space, not as empty, but as a living fabric that snaps, stitches, and breathes. Start with the setting. The sun launches, a steady wind of charged particles threaded by the interplanetary magnetic field, and Earth carries its own magnetic bubble, the magnetosphere, a teardrop shield that faces the sun on the day side and stretches into a long tail on the night side. Where the solar wind presses against that bubble is a boundary called the magnetopause, and along that skin something dramatic but lawful happens, magnetic reconnection, where lines of magnetic force from the sun and Earth meet, break, and rejoin into new patterns. When the directions are favorable, that cutting and splicing opens short-lived tubes of connected field, flux ropes that link the solar wind directly to our magnetic field, so plasma can stream in along the new paths. Space physicists call the resulting bursts flux transfer events, and they are not exotic rarities. Satellites have crossed them for decades on the day side, finding that they appear as traveling magnetic ropes, or bubbles, thousands of kilometers across, sliding along the magnetopause for minutes at a time like beads on the boundary. Some surveys saw quasi-regular trains separated by several minutes, about 8 in some intervals. Other times, they come in clusters, but the deeper point is that the connection is not a steady hose. It's a pulsing handshake that opens, tightens, and lets go. The geometry of the sun's field matters. When the interplanetary field tilts southward opposite Earth's dayside field, reconnection prefers the subsolar region, and portals open lower, feeding energy directly toward the polar caps. When the field points northward, the meeting spot shifts to higher latitudes and the link wraps around the cusp regions, the natural funnels near noon, where Earth's magnetic umbrella parts and particles can dip deeper toward the atmosphere. Down those connected lines rush not only particles but electric currents, Birkeland currents, field-aligned streams that dive into the ionosphere and close through the atmosphere and upper crust, spinning twin vortices that drive the aurora. If you could stand in darkness under the polar sky with a camera sensitive enough to see fast flicker, you would catch poleward-moving auroral forms stepping across the cap in rhythm with those portals opening and sliding along the boundary. Each luminous surge an echo of a reconnection pulse many Earth radii away. None of this is metaphor for the sake of drama. It is measured. Multi-satellite fleets like ESA's Cluster and NASA's Themis watched the same rope sweep past different points, confirming it was a traveling structure and not a local quirk. The magnetospheric multi-scale mission later dove into the heart of reconnection layers themselves, flying through regions only a few kilometers thick, where electrons decouple and the magnetic field does the actual breaking and rejoining, resolving the electric fields that power the transfer. Ground magnetometers feel the tug of the field-aligned currents as sharp deflections. Radar arrays see ionospheric flows accelerate, and auroral cameras on the ground and in orbit record the lights blooming right on schedule. Stitched together, those views give a 3D weather map of invisible doors opening in near-Earth space. The flanks of the magnetosphere add their own flavor. Even when reconnection is weaker on the front, shear between the solar wind and Earth's field can roll the boundary into vast waves, Kelvin-Helmholtz billows, that trap pockets of plasma and feed them inward, a slower kind of portal that mixes the solar wind into the magnetosphere without the sudden snap. On the night side, stretched field lines in the magnetotail reconnect and hurl energy back toward Earth in sub-storms that explosively brighten auroras and reconfigure the whole system, proof that connection is a global choreography, not a single doorway. You have to keep two cautions close to avoid superstition. First, these portals are magnetic connections, not cracks in space or shortcuts through distance. Charged particles follow the field lines, and the field lines change. Partners. Second, they are selective. Electrons and ions stream in along the open lines and are guided by tension and pressure. But neutral atoms are blind to the field, and nothing in this story violates the speed of light or invents a wormhole. The consequences are practical. Every portal is an energy delivery. Momentum and heat are dumped into the upper atmosphere. Currents flow along near-Earth space, and the radiation environment shifts. Satellites can see their drag change as the thermosphere puffs up. GPS signals can wobble as ionization ripples across polar cap paths, and high-latitude power grids feel geomagnetically induced currents when the largest events couple hard into the ground. That's why space weather forecasters watch the sun's magnetic orientation in real time, using upstream monitors, and model the magnetopause as if it were a living shoreline. When the solar wind's field swings south, the odds of strong dayside reconnection jump and the portal train tends to quicken. When coronal mass ejections arrive with embedded fields pointed just wrong for us, the chain of doors can stay open longer, feeding energy into the system until auroras spill deep into mid-latitudes. Even the quieter features are useful teachers. The midday cusp lets satellites sample the solar wind practically inside the magnetosphere without going outside the shield, a natural window for tasting the chemistry and speed of what the sun is sending today. Coordinated campaigns watch how that window opens wider or narrower, with season, solar rotation, and the tilt of Earth's dipole, building a climatology of connection we can use to plan. If you want a home experiment in thinking like a space physicist, imagine your day as a magnetopause. Interruptions are your reconnection pulses, short, intense connections that pull your attention and energy into a new task, while the long, smooth stretches are flank mixing that builds change slowly. Either way, you stay stable by knowing where energy enters and where it drains, by shaping your boundaries so the doors open on your terms. The closing thought is gentle. The sun and earth are not separate islands. They are coupled by threads you cannot see, threads that knot and unknot in minutes, carrying wind, light, and current the way rivers carry seasons on land. Learning their rhythm is not just good engineering, it is a shift in perspective, from a planet that endures the sky to a planet that converses with it. So the next time aurora forecasts whisper of green curtains or a compass needle twitches, ever so slightly, you'll know a portal likely opened far above you. And for a while, our world and its star were briefly one circuit. The edge of time. Places in the cosmos where seconds behave strangely. If you want to feel the edge of time without leaving Earth, start by climbing. Because a clock on a mountaintop ticks ever so slightly faster than its twin in a valley. Then, keep going in your mind to the places where seconds bend dramatically, and you'll discover that time is not a universal drumbeat, but a local craft shaped by gravity and motion, measurable in careful experiments and written across the cosmos in light and delay and color. The rule you need is simple enough to keep in your pocket. Move fast, and your time runs slow. Sit deep in a gravitational well, and your time runs slow. Climb higher or move gently, and it runs a touch faster. We proved the gravity piece first on short towers. A classic experiment sent tiny packets of light up and down a university building and watched their color shift because the floor and the roof live in slightly different rates of time and decades. Later, laboratory teams stacked two ultra-precise optical clocks just 1/3 of a meter apart and measured a difference. Your head ages a breath faster than your feet. The motion piece was nailed with airplanes that carried atomic clocks east and west around the world and came home a few dozen nanoseconds off exactly as predicted, and it shows up every day in the satellites that make your maps work. There, clocks run faster in weaker gravity, but slower because they're moving quickly. The net is a steady microsecond scale drift we correct on purpose, or your position would slide by kilometers each day. Those are gentle bends. The real edges live in compact places and at high speeds. A muon born from a cosmic ray high in the atmosphere should decay long before reaching the ground, but it often arrives anyway because, from our point of view, its onboard clock is slowed by speed. Particle rings push the effect to extremes, keeping short-lived particles alive long enough. To study their behavior, white dwarfs and neutron stars show the gravity version in light you can analyze at a desk. Spectral lines from their surfaces are shifted redward because the photons must climb out of a deep time well. The shift isn't a poetic, tired light. It's a measurable receipt for the slower seconds at the star's skin. Now fly, in thought, to the horizon of a black hole. If you hovered nearby with impossible rockets, your seconds would slow so fiercely that distant observers would see. Your processes crawl and your colors fade. If you drop through, your own fall to the horizon takes a finite time and feels uneventful, while faraway eyes never quite watch you cross because your light stretches beyond their instruments. Two descriptions, both true in their own frames, stitched by a theory that trades absolute time for a geometry where paths and clocks are local stories. Spin the hole, and space itself is dragged around it. Close enough, every object is forced to swirl with the rotation, and the very meaning of standing still breaks. An edge not of distance, but of possibility, where the only safe times are those that ride with the flow. Time plays strange games in gentler settings too. A radio ping that grazes the sun on its way to a planet returns late by microseconds, because the curved space-time near our star lengthens the route, not in meters, but in seconds, a delay tested again and again with spacecraft tracking. A galaxy that lenses a background quasar turns one event into several. Light bows around the mass along different paths and arrives as separate flickers days or weeks apart, a natural time splitter astronomers use to weigh the lens. Supernovae far away explode in slow motion compared to nearby ones because cosmic expansion stretches their light curves and their clocks together. What you see is not a film trick, but the universe itself carrying the event on a longer river of time. Even the quiet ripples of space-time that pass through Earth when massive black holes collide are clocks made of geometry. Detectors feel their arms lengthen and shorten in a rhythmic pattern that encodes the masses, the spins, and the distance to the source, and the signal's pitch sliding upward is a countdown in pure curvature. These are not parlor curiosities. They set the terms for engineering and for survival. Space weather teams account for timing shifts when high latitude, air heats and swells. Satellite designers build in corrections so onboard clocks do not wander. Interplanetary navigators fold delay from gravity into their solutions so probes meet their targets. Radio astronomers synchronize dishes on different continents by tying them to time so stable it can be shipped in a fiber optic stream. The philosophy that falls out is modest and empowering at once. First, time is local. Ask, time for whom, where, doing what, and you will stay honest. Second, clocks are instruments, not idols. If a better one sees a new sliver of difference between two heights in the same room, reality has not changed. Your lens has sharpened. Third, most of the cosmos is not at an edge, but the edges teach all the same. Stand near mass and time softens. Run hard and time thins. Stretch space and events linger. If you want to bring this home, remember that every deep well, planet, star, galaxy, makes its own tempo, so an astronaut who lives high and fast may come back younger by a whisper. Remember that your phone's directions depend on daily, deliberate negotiations with gravity and speed. Remember that a dim smear next to a cluster of galaxies might actually be a single flicker playing on a stack of time-shifted screens. And let the ending be quiet. Time was never a single river carrying every leaf at the same pace. It is a braided delta, channels joining and parting, some sluggish, some swift, their levels rising and falling with mass and motion. Learning that doesn't make life colder. It makes the night sky richer, because when you look up, you are not only looking far, you are looking into other tempos, and your own seconds feel both more precious and more connected, threaded to the clocks of mountains and stars, and to the slow, lawful drift at the edge of time. When randomness isn't random. Subatomic patterns that shouldn't happen. You expect the subatomic world to be pure dice, jitter with no memory, until a series of careful experiments forces you to admit there are shapes hiding in the noise, crisp, lawful bends that feel like fingerprints left by rules you can't see at first glance. And once you learn to read those bends, your sense of random changes from chaos to choreography. Begin with single particles sent one at a time through a double slit made for electrons. Each hit on the screen arrives at a location no one could predict. A lonely speck. Send enough and a striped pattern blooms, bright bands where detections gather and dark gaps where, mysteriously, they almost never fall. Nothing in everyday life prepares you for this mixture. Each event is unpredictable, yet the crowd obeys a design, until you accept that in the quantum regime, probabilities themselves interfere, so possibility shapes statistics long before outcomes exist. That idea sounds airy until you watch it sculpt matter. In beams of fermions, electrons or cold atoms that obey the exclusion rule, detectors see subtle holes in the joint arrival records. Two particles are a bit less likely to pop up together than a naive random model says, an anti-bunching that comes directly from the simple fact that identical fermions refuse to share the same quantum state. Shine the same methods on bosons such as helium-4 atoms, and the joint counts swell instead. A touch more togetherness than chance would give, because their statistics favor sharing. Those opposite patterns, recorded in labs with beam splitters, atom clouds, and ultra-fast counters, are not philosophy. They're the daily bookkeeping of nature's two kinds of identity, written in the spacing between clicks. Randomness bends in time, as well as space. Radioactive decay is famously memoryless. Each nucleus carries no clock for how long it has left, yet if you measure certain unstable systems too often, the very act of checking slows the change, a result called the quantum Zeno effect. You're not scaring the particle into stillness. You're repeatedly resetting the conditions under which it can evolve, and the overall statistics shift in a way that only makes sense once you treat observation as part of the system, not a ghost floating above it. Push further, and you discover correlations that look custom-made rather than accidental. In Bell tests, paired particles fly apart, and experimenters choose measurement settings independently and at the last instant. The numbers recorded on both sides violate every scheme in which hidden local recipes decide outcomes ahead of time and merely reveal themselves when measured. The pattern is stronger than any classical bound allows, yet it never permits faster than light. Messages. Each side remains locally random, and only the combined ledger exposes the extra structure. To close every mundane escape route, teams have even used starlight to set the knob choices, or stretched the separations so widely that no signal could plausibly coordinate the two stations in time, and the same peculiar pattern persists. A cousin of this result lives not across distance, but across moments. Leggett-Garg tests ask whether a system has definite properties between observations the way a classical coin does. Violations seen in superconducting circuits and photonic setups say no, not in the way you expect, revealing a tempo of correlations that can't be replicated by a story in which the system merely hides a ready-made value until you peak. Some of the most striking shouldn't happen patterns appear when flavor, an internal label on particles, refuses to stay put. Neutrinos born as one flavor morph into another as they travel, and the odds of catching each flavor rise and fall with distance and energy in a clean, wave-like rhythm. Detectors buried under mountains and ice have traced those oscillations over baselines from kilometers to thousands of kilometers, swapping apparent chaos, sporadic flashes from rare interactions, for a sinusoidal law that lets you weigh differences in neutrino masses without ever touching the particles directly. The small asymmetries that set our matter-dominated universe in motion are patterns too, and they're measurable. In the decays of neutral kaons and B mesons, matter and antimatter versions do not behave exactly the same. A tiny bookkeeping bias that has been quantified with meticulous control. The effect is too small on its own to explain why we exist without our mirror partners, which is another kind of clue, an absence that acts like a silhouette for missing mechanisms we have yet to see. Even pure noise carries signatures once you zoom to the right scale. The count of photons from a perfect single emitter source has a built-in gap at 0 delay. 2 photons almost never arrive at once, while thermal light from a hot lamp shows extra coincidences, as if it liked to come in clumps. Electronic shot noise in a tunnel junction hardens into a standard scale set by charge, a flaw that survives cooling because it arises from the granularity of carriers themselves. Flicker noise, by contrast, has a different spectrum and usually points to slow switching in defects and traps. In each case, spectra and coincidence curves let you separate deep quantum randomness from mundane device hiccups, transforming static into a diagnostic tool. There are stranger frontiers where order shows up in places theory once expected blandness. In strongly driven, disordered quantum materials, energy sometimes refuses to spread the way it should, and the system remembers its initial state, far longer than a thermalizing model allows, a phenomenon called many-body localization, clear in long-tail autocorrelations that should have died. In Rydberg atom arrays, a special set of collective states called scars concentrate activity along unlikely paths, so the system revisits certain configurations again and again, rather than dissolving into equilibrium. These aren't loopholes. In randomness, so much as new constraints, kinematic roadblocks and interference lanes that shape the dice throws into a map you can learn. The subatomic world even gifts us statistics that sit between the two familiar families. In two-dimensional electron systems under strong fields, excitations behave like anyone's with exchange rules, unlike those of fermions or bosons. The resulting noise and interference patterns carry fractional signatures, and carefully designed interferometers tease out those phases in the ebb and flow of current. Again, the message is that randomness acquires accent marks whenever symmetry and topology narrow what outcomes are allowed. The practical consequences of all this are immediate. If you need certified unpredictability for cryptography, you can harvest keys from quantum processes and, by violating a bell-bound while closing common loopholes, prove that no classical side channel prearranged the bits. If you're building a quantum computer, you read the fine texture of measurement errors across time to see whether they're independent or correlated, then change codes and schedules accordingly. If you image single molecules in a cell, you use anti-bunching and quiet light statistics to reject background. If you design sensors, you shape the measurement so that the inevitable noise you face has a spectrum you can tolerate, while you avoid the technical noise you can actually fix. The philosophy you end up with is calmer than the headlines, but far more useful. Randomness at small scales is not a failure of knowledge, but a resource with structure. It carries rules about who may arrive together, which choices can be jointly sharp, how memory drips through time, and how identity, boson, fermion, anyone, leaves marks on coincidence tables and spectra. So the next time someone says the quantum world is just random, you can smile a little and think of the experiments that make that claim feel unfinished, the paired cliques whose tallies refuse local stories, the neutrino flavors that breathe, in distance, the electrons that keep their distance, and the atoms that huddle, the decays that slow when watched, and the conserved rhythms that survive disorder. Each is a quiet invitation to trade shrugging for seeing, to replace the idea of meaningless chance with the craft of reading patterns in uncertainty. And with that shift, the small world stops being a blur and becomes a score, full of rests, repeats, and motifs that you can learn to hear. The second brain in your gut, why scientists call it the silent controller. Before your first thought finishes forming each morning, another intelligence has already started its work deep in your abdomen, a lattice of neurons and glia that threads from your esophagus to your rectum, wrapped through muscle and mucosa like a shimmering net, and scientists call it the enteric nervous system. the second brain, because it senses, decides, and acts with a degree of independence that would startle you if you could watch it in real time. To understand why some researchers also call it the silent controller, you have to see what it controls without asking you. This network isn't a stray nerve or two. It's hundreds of millions of neurons, on the order you'd find in parts of the spinal cord, organized into two main layers. The myenteric plexus between muscle sheets that choreographs propulsion, and the submucosal plexus closer to the lining that fine-tunes secretion and local blood flow. Give it a simple challenge, like a bolus of food, and it executes the law of the intestine, first described over a century ago. Muscles behind the bolus contract, while those ahead relax, a reflex that can run entirely within the gut wall, even if higher connections are cut in animal models, proving the system's autonomy. Between meals, it does housekeeping with a slow, migrating waveset, the migrating motor complex, that sweeps debris forward like a nocturnal street cleaner, and it keeps time with pacemaker cells called interstitial cells of Kajal, whose slow electrical rhythms set the beat for contractions. The tempo can change with stress, illness, or drugs. But the point is that there is a beta tool generated locally long before your cortex decides anything about appetite or comfort. The second brain talks chemistry as fluently as electricity. Most of your body's serotonin is made by specialized gut cells and used right there to regulate motility and secretion. That's why medicines that alter serotonin signaling often bring stomach side effects first, and why anti-nausea drugs that block a particular serotonin receptor can be so effective during chemotherapy. The enteric circuits also use acetylcholine to spur contraction, nitric oxide to relax muscle, and even dopamine as a local modulator. It's a pharmacology lesson written into tissue, which is why seemingly unrelated problems, say opioid pain treatments, can lock the gut when they bind receptors densely expressed on enteric neurons. Just as important as neurons are the enteric glia, long misunderstood support cells that monitor inflammation and help maintain the gut barrier. When they're perturbed, motility and secretion shift, and barrier leaks invite immune noise that further changes neural behavior. A closed loop you can't feel directly, but you'll recognize as cramping, urgency, or unexplained fatigue. The silent in silent controller also comes from how this system senses. Your gut lining is dotted with sentinel cells that behave like taste buds turned inward, sampling sugars, fats, and even mechanical stretch. Some of these neuropod cells make direct synapse-like contacts onto vagal fibers, which means information about what you ate can reach your brainstem within milliseconds, too fast for hormones alone, while other signals stay local to trigger secretions or change the mixing pattern. The vagus nerve is the main highway for two-way traffic, but here's the reversal most people never hear. Most fibers in that nerve carry information upward from viscera to brain, not commands downward, so the gut is constantly briefing higher, centers on state and needs. And those updates shape mood and attention, even when you're oblivious to their origin. You call it a gut feeling, but in scientific language it's a steady afferent stream that tilts your whole operating system toward calm exploration or wary withdrawal. The silent controller keeps its own clock too. Genes that mark circadian timing tick within enteric neurons and glia, mealtimes reset them, and shift work or jet lag can desynchronize gut rhythms from brain rhythms, producing the very discomfort travelers joke about. Regular light, regular meals, and gentle movement are not cliches here, but ways of letting two clocks resync so reflexes fire in the right order. When things go wrong, the picture becomes painfully clear. In Hirschsprung's disease, sections of colon lack enteric neurons entirely, so the propulsion reflex cannot start, and newborns face life-threatening obstruction until surgeons remove the aganglionic segment. Achalasia, a swallowing disorder, traces to degeneration in plexuses at the lower esophageal sphincter, and treatment often means mechanically or surgically easing a muscle that no longer receives the right inhibitory cues. Infections like Chagas can attack the enteric network and leave megacolon in their wake. Diabetes can fray autonomic input and slow stomach emptying. Even neurodegenerative disorders cast early shadows here. Misfolded proteins linked to Parkinson's disease appear in the gut years before motor symptoms in some patients. And population studies suggest that truncating the vagus nerve can alter later risk. A hint, not a verdict, that pathology may climb from body to brain. And then there are the everyday syndromes. Functional bowel disorders, where the architecture looks normal, yet the reflexes run hot or cold. Sensitivity is amplified, and the normal dialogue between enteric circuits, immune cells, and the central nervous system gets stuck in a feedback loop. Here, the best evidence-based relief often pairs brain-directed therapies to downtrain threat perception with gut-directed ones to normalize transit and secretion, acknowledging that the controller is silent, not simple. Because it acts locally, the enteric system is remarkably hackable by non-mystical means. Electrical stimulation of the stomach or sacral nerves can nudge motility when medicines fail. Targeted drugs can press specific buttons, prokinetics that encourage forward waves, receptor blockers that calm overactive secretory circuits, even posture and breath change tone on the long arcs. Slow diaphragmatic breathing lifts the belly and massages mechanoreceptors while increasing parasympathetic outflow, which in turn shifts enteric set points toward rest and digest. Diet isn't only about calories for your whole body. It's also instruction for this network. Soluble fiber swells and provides stretch that promotes healthy reflexes. Irritants in sensitive people can trigger local serotonin release and speed things up too quickly. Spacing meals allows the migrating motor complex to complete its cycles so that the street sweepers actually run. Notice how none of this requires belief in hidden energies or vague detox. It's circuitry and fluid dynamics, testable and adjustable. The reason to learn this is not to become a full-time manager of your intestines, but to grant the second brain the respect you give your first. When your stomach knots before a hard conversation, that's an ancient alarm loop combining stretch, chemistry, and afferent signaling. When you eat on a clock for a week and feel calmer, you've reduced noise in a timing network that hates unpredictability. When a medicine that soothes mood unsettles your digestion, you are witnessing one chemical language spoken in two places with different dialects. In a culture that reduces the body to fuel and the mind to thoughts, the silent controller offers a softer picture. That feeling well is not just having the right ideas, but having the right rhythms, propulsion flowing, secretions balanced, barriers tight, signals honest, and that you can help by giving this system the conditions it evolved to expect. So the next time your belly whispers before your mouth can speak, listen without superstition. What you hear is the sound of a local intelligence doing the quiet work of keeping you nourished, protected, and ready. A patient companion whose success is measured not in flashes of insight, but in the smooth passage of moments. And when you care for it with routine, attention, and a little kindness, it answers in its own language, not with words, but with that steady, relieved hush you feel across the middle of your body when everything is finally moving as it should. Alien data embedded in our genes. What evolutionary anomalies suggest? You've heard the provocative question, could alien data be embedded in our genes? And the way to answer it without drifting into fantasy is to let alien mean what biologists can measure. Sequences that don't originate in our own lineage. Pieces borrowed from viruses or other organisms and domesticated until they run our most human functions. When you view your genome through that lens, you discover a mosaic written by intruders turned partners, evolutionary anomalies that are surprising only until you understand the rules they follow. Start with a headline-sized truth. A large fraction of your DNA is made of mobile elements, genetic hitchhikers and their fossils, retrotransposons like lines, senes such as ALU, and the remains of ancient retroviruses, together adding up to nearly half the genome, with endogenous retroviruses alone contributing roughly a tenth of that. These aren't active invaders in most cells. They're old insertions and copy-paste scars. But evolution has repurposed many as switches and scaffolds for gene regulation. One of the most intimate examples beats in the placenta, an envelope Gene captured from a retrovirus, syncytin, helps fuse trophoblast cells into the protective layer that nourishes a fetus. A solution mammals seem to have discovered more than once by independently recruiting different viral genes for the same task. Without that foreign protein, pregnancy as we know it would be very different. The immune system carries another domesticated signature: the enzymes RAG1 and RAG2 that cut and paste antibody genes. So your body can invent new defenses, show hallmarks of origin from an ancient transposon. In other words, part of what allows you to adapt to pathogens began as a mobile genetic toolkit that our ancestors learned to control. Your neurons hold a quieter surprise. A gene called ARC, pivotal for synaptic plasticity and memory, descends from a retrotransposon gag-like ancestor and can form capsid-like particles that ferry RNA between cells, a repurposed viral logic pressed into service for learning. Intriguingly, flies host their own ARC-like system, hinting that this idea evolved more than once. Not all alien sequences come from viruses. The endosymbiotic origin of mitochondria, the energy factories in your cells, is one of biology's best supported stories. Once free-living bacteria were engulfed by an ancestor of eukaryotes and became permanent residents, retaining their own genomes while exporting most useful genes to the nucleus. The occasional transfer of mitochondrial snippets into nuclear DNA, NUMTAs, continues today and shows up as genetic fossils scattered across chromosomes. Horizontal gene transfer in animals is rarer than in microbes, but real in some lineages. Bdelloid rotifers, hardy freshwater creatures, carry genes best explained by ancient pickups from bacteria, fungi, and plants, which may help them survive desiccation. Claims of extreme transfers in tardigrades were later trimmed by better controls, a useful reminder that contamination can mislead. But the principle stands. Foreign DNA sometimes sticks and stays, especially in organisms whose life cycles expose their genomes to environmental DNA. In our own lineage, heritable horizontal transfers look confined mostly to viruses, but there are still striking imports across branches of the human family tree. Segments of Neanderthal DNA in many non-African populations and Denisovan DNA in some Asian and Oceanian groups were acquired by interbreeding and then kept where helpful. One famous Denisovan-derived region tunes the hypoxia pathway and helps Tibetans tolerate high altitude, while certain Neanderthal haplotypes affect immune responses and even skin biology. Evolution's way of adopting locally tested code. Some evolutionary puzzles wear the opposite disguise. Instead of being strangely foreign, they're strangely fast. Human-accelerated regions are stretches of non-coding DNA that stayed conserved across many mammals but changed quickly along the human line, suggesting a burst of regulatory rewiring. One of them, HAR1, is active in developing cortex, and while no single region explains our cognition, the pattern, stable for eons, then tweaked, speaks of regulatory edits rather than wholesale invention. Other anomalies sit in the ultra-conserved camp, long elements that are almost identical across widely separated species. Their extreme preservation implies functions we're still mapping, often in gene regulation and RNA processing, a reminder that silence in a protein coding sense doesn't mean irrelevance in a developmental sense. Critics sometimes wave away junk DNA to dismiss all non-coding sequence, but that old label reflects ignorance more than evidence. Yes, much of the genome is neutral or only weakly constrained, but many transposon-derived pieces serve as tissue-specific enhancers, especially in the placenta and the immune system, where the need for rapid innovation meets the availability of raw regulatory material. If you're looking for true outsiders, viruses leave the most legible signatures. Endogenous retroviruses integrated into our ancestors' germ cells and rode the lineage forward. Some are long fossilized, others still whisper in early embryonic stages, and a few have been co-opted to regulate nearby genes with their promoter sequences. Traces of ancient RNA viruses that never integrate, like Bornaviruses, have also been found as DNA copies in animal genomes, suggesting a deeper record of infection than we assumed. This is the sober sense in which alien data lives in us. Not messages from the stars, but the archived code of organisms that once breached our cells and sometimes stayed, later drafted into vital jobs. What about splashier claims that octopus intelligence is proof of extraterrestrial tinkering, or that human DNA hides a deliberate watermark? The data don't support them. Cephalopods do show remarkable RNA editing in nerves and fast-evolving nervous systems, but those traits arise from ordinary selection and trade-offs, not from off-world donors. Proposals for deliberate coding in our genome predict signatures, unnatural redundancy, language-like structure, prime number scaffolds that comparative genomics would flag, and none have passed skeptical review. There is a narrower field called genetic SETI, a thought experiment asking how an engineered signal might be distinguished from biology's messy footprints. The very difficulty of designing a robust test that can't be mimicked by known processes tells you why extraordinary claims stumble. The useful question is different. How do scientists decide a sequence is foreign and not just surprising? They compare phylogenetic trees. Does this gene's history diverge from the species tree? They examine integration hallmarks, flanking repeats, viral remnants, target site duplications. They track codon usage and GC content shifts. They test function. Does removing the sequence break a plausible process? They replicate with new samples to rule out contamination. And increasingly, they turn to ancient DNA to watch insertions. And deletions enter populations across time, transforming speculation into timelines. The implications aren't esoteric. Medicine grapples daily with our genomic patchwork. Antiretroviral pathways that evolved to muzzle ancient viruses influence how tumors behave. Mobile elements that jump in somatic cells can destabilize genomes and fuel disease. Placental health depends on properly tuned expression of retroviral-derived synthetins and transposon-borne enhancers. Vaccines and gene therapies borrow viral shells to deliver cures, wielding yesterday's enemies as today's. Nothingness. Even identity is shaded by imports. Adaptations from archaic humans carry benefits and risks depending on context. A gene variant that once helped fight pathogens might today nudge autoimmunity in cleaner environments. If you want a way to think. With this, without getting lost in headlines, remember 3 gentle rules. First, evolution is a recycler. It takes whatever the environment throws in, viruses, mobile elements, hybridization, and rewrites them into function when possible. What looks alien today may be central tomorrow. Second, surprise is a method, not a verdict. When you see an anomaly, ask which honest mechanisms could produce it. Transfer, selection, drift, regulatory rewiring, before reaching for stories that require new physics. Third, your genome is not a blueprint written by a single hand. It's a palimpsest. Layers of notes from infections survived, partnerships forged, and experiments that worked well enough to keep. An autobiography that credits many co-authors. So when someone whispers that your DNA carries secrets from elsewhere, you can answer calmly, yes, in the truest biological sense, we are archives of other lives, viral, bacterial, archaic human, and the marvel is not that our code has foreign chapters, but that evolution edited those pages into a book that grows. A placenta remembers a song, survives a fever and learns. No extraterrestrial message is required to feel wonder. Only the realization that you are not a single species walking alone, but a living library that learned, over deep time, to turn invasions into instruments and accidents into abilities. The cosmic code. Could the universe be solving itself through you? You've had the feeling, standing under a quiet sky, that the universe is saying something and you're almost catching it. What if the truth is gentler and more practical? The cosmic code isn't a secret string hidden in starlight. It's the set of regularities that let matter learn. And you are one of the places where matter has become good at learning. In this view, the universe isn't sending you an answer. It is solving small parts of itself through you. By building a body and a brain that compress experience into workable rules and then testing those rules against reality. Start with the simplest mark of understanding, compression. When Kepler rewrote years of planetary positions as ellipses, when Newton folded falling apples and orbiting moons into a single law, when a chemist turns thousands of spectra into a periodic table and then predicts a missing element. That is the world allowing a shorter description of many facts. A shorter description is power because it lets you forecast. And forecasting is survival writ large. Evolution discovered this long before science had a name. Organisms that anticipate the next moment, where food will be, how seasons swing, leave more descendants than those that don't. Nervous systems are energy hungry, but the calories pay for models, and models let bodies move with fewer wasted steps. Your own brain works this way every minute. It predicts what your eyes should see, what word should come next in a sentence, what angle your hand needs to catch a glass, and it updates those predictions when the world pushes back. Neuroscientists call this predictive processing, but you don't need the label to feel it. The slight shock when a sentence twists, the comfort when a melody resolves, the flash of insight when a pattern snaps into place. If knowledge is compression, then experiments are the universe's debugging sessions run through you. Consider how much of the cosmos we've inferred by turning signals into structure. We read the ages of stars from the color and brightness they trace on a diagram. We check the sun's core by catching the neutrinos that leak straight out, confirming that fusion is the engine. We time echoes from radio waves bouncing off the surfaces of planets and map their spins and shapes. We measure the faint polarization of light scattered by interstellar dust and recover the direction of magnetic fields threading entire clouds. Each case is not a mystical message, but a lawful mapping from a pattern in matter to a line in your notebook. New messengers expand the vocabulary. High-energy neutrinos arriving from the direction of a distant active galaxy tell you that somewhere, far away, protons were flung to absurd speeds and crashed into light or gas. Fast radio bursts, millisecond pulses rinsed by the plasma they cross, double as probes of the thin matter between galaxies. Ripples in space-time from colliding black holes let you weigh dark, distant objects without seeing a single photon. Every time you hook a new sense to your instruments, the code gets a little more legible, not because the universe changed, but because your slice of it learned a new grammar. Saying the universe is solving itself through you can sound grandiose. So keep it grounded. Your models are physical. They live as patterns of connection in neurons and as patterns of charge on chips. They cost energy to maintain and to update. They must be checked against reality, or they drift into stories that feel good but don't hold up. That constraint is a feature, not a bug, because it keeps curiosity honest. If your telescope claims a new planet, other telescopes must see the same gravitational tug. If a lab result hints at a new particle, the statistics must harden as the dataset grows. If your climate model predicts a signature in tree rings or ice cores, those layers must show it. The code is not whatever you want it to be. It is whatever keeps predicting correctly after strangers poke it. There is a deeper sense in which you are not separate from what you study. The atoms in your blood were forged in stars and supernovae and the slow rains of dying giants. The calcium that triggers your muscles spent eons in rock. The iron in your hemoglobin once flowed in a core of a massive star. Your sensitivity to light depends on molecules tuned by the same quantum rules that make nebulae glow. When you build a detector and aim it at a galaxy, nothing outside the universe is doing the looking. It is one part of the universe arranging another part into a shape that can catch and compress distant events into bits. And then yet another part, the social web of other minds, tests, argues, and archives the result so it lasts beyond any single brain. Culture is the universe's memory trick. Books, servers, shared protocols. Each reduces the chance that a hard-won pattern dies with its discoverer. None of this requires assuming intention behind the laws. Self-organization is enough. Flows of energy across matter can produce order. Cells, storms, crystals, economies, languages, and each layer can learn to exploit the layer below. A coral reef adapts without a brain. A slime mold can find efficient paths through a maze. Your immune system generates new molecular theories of invaders and selects the ones that bind. Science is that same adaptive loop. raised to the level of explicit models and open criticism. You are embedded in constraint too. There is no free knowledge without cost. Measurements disturb delicate systems. Information takes time to move. Signals die in noise. No model is final. And yet within those limits, astonishing feats are possible. Patient accumulation of evidence peels away illusions, and approximate truths become tools that work. This way of thinking rearranges how meaning feels. It is tempting to imagine a final cosmic password, one equation or one message that unlocks everything. But the history of understanding looks less like a vault and more like a deepening map. Patches filled in, borders revised, legends updated, projections chosen for the task at hand. When chemistry matured, biology could write molecules with intention. When electromagnetism matured, technology could throw voices across oceans. As our gravitational map matures, navigation and timing and geophysics sharpen. As our quantum map matures, sensors touch the quiet limits of the world and still manage to learn. If you want a role in all this that goes beyond awe, there is one within reach. You can treat your attention as a scarce resource and spend it on questions that bite back. Those whose answers let you predict new things or build devices that help others know. You can value replication over novelty, open data over rumor, clear plots over clever rhetoric. You can admit error quickly because the cosmos doesn't punish honesty, it rewards it with faster updates. You can let your curiosity be local and concrete. A backyard radio that listens to meteors, a camera that tracks variable stars, a spreadsheet that turns raw public data into a pattern nobody in your circle has seen before. Meaning then is not bestowed from the outside. It emerges when your small island of order participates in the great project of compression and test. And the soft ending is this: you do not need the universe to have a purpose to feel purpose in being its student. You only need to notice that, for a brief time, atoms once blind have arranged themselves into you. Eyes, hands, memory, and that these atoms can trace the paths of other atoms far away, guess their next moves, and sometimes help the nearby ones suffer less. If that is not the universe solving a bit of itself through you, what would be? So breathe, look up, and keep learning. Not to possess the code, but to join the quiet work of writing cleaner summaries of a world that is willing, if you are patient and precise, to be understood. Crystals that remember light. Strange memory effects in quantum materials. You flicker light across a crystal, and after the beam is gone, the material behaves as if it remembers what you did. Conductivity stays higher than before. Colors shift in ways that linger. Magnetic or electric patterns persist like footprints in snow. And the sober name for this is optical memory. The ability of a solid to store information about light in its own structure, not as a metaphor, but as measurable changes in charge, lattice or spin that endure from microseconds to hours, sometimes days. To see how this works without fairy dust, start with the most common version: persistent photoconductivity. In many semiconductors and oxides, shining light frees electrons that would otherwise be bound. Some of those electrons fall into defect traps or pair with small lattice distortions called polarons that stabilize them. And when the lamp turns off, they do not rush back to recombine. The material stays more conductive than before because the energy landscape has subtly rearranged, like a valley that deepened while you weren't looking. You can watch this at work in wide-gap semiconductors such as zinc oxide or gallium nitride, and at exotic interfaces like the conducting layer that appears between two insulating oxides. For example, lanthanum aluminate on strontium titanate. A flash changes the carrier density, and the effect decays slowly because oxygen vacancies and other defects hold on to charge. Researchers chart it as a tail in time, a literal memory curve. There are quieter, more precise memories that live in color rather than current. Rare earth-doped crystals at low temperature have razor-thin absorption lines. If you park a laser exactly on one of those lines, you can burn a narrow dip into the spectrum, spectral hole burning, that marks the frequency you used, a notch that can persist for hours and be read back later. Using echo techniques, those same crystals can store not just a color, but the timing pattern of a light pulse. A laboratory version of an optical tape that keeps the signal's shape for long enough to be useful in quantum repeaters. Some materials go further and let light rewrite their very phase, the collective state of their electrons. In a layered compound like 1T-TiS2, a femtosecond pulse can tip the balance between intertwined charge patterns and electron correlations, revealing a hidden electronic order that doesn't appear under ordinary equilibrium, and then locking it in until you heat the sample. One ultrafast nudge, and the crystal enters a new metastable city map that you can later erase, a non-volatile bit written with light. Vanadium dioxide and certain nicolates offer their own version. A pulse can collapse the insulating gap and set off a metallic state that sometimes outlives the pulse, because strain, defects, or oxygen arrangements stabilize the new pathway. That's not a trick of heating alone. You can tell by the speed, by the thresholds, and by how the lattice and electrons evolve out of sync in pump probe experiments. Ferroelectrics, crystals with a built-in electric polarization, add another memory channel. Light can move charges that screen or unscreen domains, and even switch polarization through internal photovoltaic forces. Scanning a laser across a film writes patterns you can read back as conductive domain walls or as second harmonic images, and the written motifs survive until you switch them deliberately. In magnetic materials, a short pulse can seed or erase whirling spin textures called skyrmions, or flip the magnetization in a fragment of a film without a magnetic field, leaving a pattern that a microscope can map long after the illumination stops. These are candidate pixels for ultra-dense, low-energy storage, toggled by light alone. Two-dimensional materials turn memory into a tunable habit. In monolayer semiconductors like MOS2 or WS2, photodoping with light changes the balance of electrons and holes and leaves a shifted baseline photoluminescence that relaxes only slowly. In magnetic crystals just a few atoms thick, light can tweak the exchange interactions and set the number of layers or the twist to a state that holds a chosen spin order. In twisted bilayer systems, pulses can steer the balance among correlated phases and leave a trace in resistance that remembers the illumination history. Metal halide perovskites, the rising stars of solar cells and detectors, showcase memory in a way that manufacturers know well. Their performance often improves after minutes of light exposure, light soaking, because ions wander to passivate defects and trap states fill. The device then remembers its bright past as higher current or altered hysteresis until darkness and time reset the ions' positions. The same ionic motion lets researchers make optoelectronic synapses whose conductance integrates light pulses. Like a biological synapse integrates spikes, a path to neuromorphic chips trained with photons rather than wires. Even the humble phase change materials in rewritable disks, chalcogenide alloys like GSPT, are a form of crystalline memory for light. A short, intense pulse melts a tiny region that cools into a glassy state, high resistance. A longer, gentler pulse crystallizes it back, low resistance. Each bit is a structural choice that remains until you rewrite it, and engineers now explore ultra-fast optical pulses to switch such materials on chip for photonic logic. Underneath all these behaviors are tools that let scientists separate true memory from momentary glare, ultra-fast pump probe measurements that track how electrons cool and how the lattice shifts, angle-resolved photoemission that watches band structures reshape, X-ray and electron diffraction that reveal phase changes in atomic positions, Kelvin probe microscopy that images trapped charge, magneto-optical maps that show written spin textures, hysteresis loops that widen or narrow depending on illumination history. The appeal is not only wonder, it's utility. Optical memories promise non-contact writing at high speed, devices that combine sensor and storage in one piece of matter, and quantum nodes where a single photon's pattern can be caught and held, long enough to hand to the next link. They enable imaging through delicate samples with fewer photons, because the crystal keeps a cumulative tally. And they open routes to computers where light does the data moving, and the material itself does the remembering. you should keep the caveats in view. Many of the most dramatic effects need cryogenic temperatures or exquisitely clean samples. Some memories are really slow relaxations that drift with humidity and heat. Fatigue and randomness in defects can make early prototypes inconsistent, and misleading tales circulate when heating is mistaken for quantum finesse or when one lab's sample history differs subtly from another's. Still, the central fact is firm. Matter can store the story of light in its own degrees of freedom, and with care you can write, read, and erase that story on demand. The thought to carry out of the lab is a quiet one. Light isn't only something you see, it is something materials can learn. A pulse can leave chalk marks in a lattice, and the crystal will hold those marks like a mood that outlasts the moment, ready to be recalled or released. And when you put your eye back to the beam and watch a pattern reappear because of what the sample once absorbed, you feel a small, calm shift in perspective. The sense that knowledge, even at the scale of atoms, is partly a matter of memory, and that our instruments are teaching solids to remember in ways that one day may feel as natural as storing a thought. The sound of black holes. Singing, how gravitational waves create hidden music. You've learned to trust sound as pressure in air, yet some of the most beautiful music you'll meet is written in the fabric of space itself. And while your ears can't catch it directly, instruments on Earth can translate those ripples into tones so faithful that you can listen to black holes sing. To understand how this hidden music arises, begin with the plain rule that fast, lopsided motion of very heavy objects sends out traveling stretches and squeezes of space-time, called gravitational waves. And because the strongest, cleanest sources are pairs of compact bodies spiraling together, black holes or neutron stars, what reaches us is a timed sequence that maps their last moments, a rising sweep, the inspiral, as orbits tighten and frequency climbs, a brief crash, the merger, when the two become one, and a fading ring, the ring down, as the new object sheds its distortions, exactly like a bell settling after a strike. Turning that whisper into sound is a feat of measurement rather than imagination. Laser interferometers, such as the long-armed observatories you've seen in photographs, split a beam down two vacuum-purged tunnels at right angles and recombine it on a photodetector. If a wave passes, one arm lengthens while the other shortens by a fraction so tiny that the total change is smaller than a proton across kilometers. Yet the interference pattern flips just enough to betray the wave's passage. Isolating those, flips from local tremors and quantum shot noise demands seismic filters, mirrors polish beyond intuition, and even squeezed light that trades noise in one variable for calm in the measurement direction, a kind of optical mindfulness that lowers jitter without breaking any rules. The reason we call it music isn't marketing. The frequencies coming from colliding stellar mass black holes fall right into human hearing, tens to hundreds of cycles per second. So when engineers map the time-varying strain to audio, you literally hear a whoop that climbs and then falls silent, change the masses and spins, and the melody shifts, just as a larger bell rings lower and longer. Now the part that feels like a secret lesson from nature. The ring-down tones are not arbitrary. A black hole formed in the merger rings in a set of specific modes, whose frequencies and decay times are fixed entirely by its mass and spin. This is the no extra ornaments promise of general relativity, sometimes nicknamed the no-hair principle, and it implies a remarkable test. Measure more than one of those modes, and you have a spectroscopy of space-time itself, a way to ask whether what's ringing truly matches a black hole or something stranger. Extracting those modes from noisy data is hard, like separating overlapping notes in the final shimmer of a cymbal, but methods that stack multiple events and fit the late-time tail are steadily sharpening, and they already recover the dominant tone often enough to estimate the newborn hole's properties independently of the inspiral. At the other end of the song is the opening measure, where the clean physics of orbiting bodies lets you read mass, distance, and spin from the way the pitch and loudness rise together. Analysts slide thousands of theoretical templates, each a different duet. across the data to find the best match, a technique called matched filtering that turns faint patterns into firm detections and gives uncertainties you can trust. When the partners are neutron stars rather than black holes, the music carries extra harmonies. During the last orbits, the stars deform one another, and that tidal strain leaves a fingerprint in the phase evolution, letting you infer how squishy nuclear matter is at densities beyond any lab. If the stars collide and survive briefly before collapsing, their remnant hums at kilohertz frequencies tied to the stiffness of that matter. And on timescales of hours and days, telescopes see the radioactive afterglow of ejected neutron-rich debris, the kilonova, whose colors reveal what heavy elements were cooked in the blast, from strontium to perhaps gold and platinum, connecting, a tone you can hear to the metals in a ring on your hand. Not all sources sing short arias. A solitary neutron star with a slight mountain on its crust should emit a nearly constant pure tone as it spins, a continuous wave that searches are still chasing with increasing sensitivity. A background hum from countless distant binaries should create a confusion noise that rises at low frequencies. And on the largest scales, pairs of supermassive black holes orbiting in the hearts of merging galaxies likely drum at periods of years, too slow for ground interferometers, but just right. For a different instrument, an array of pulsars whose radio beats are so regular that passing waves leave tiny correlated timing delays across the sky. Each band of this cosmic orchestra has its own detector, ground-based lasers for the audio range, precise clock networks in space for millihertz where gigantic black holes will sing, and pulsar timing for the nanohertz hum. Together, they form a many-octave plan to turn gravity into sound. Subtler effects add grace notes. A strong burst of waves should leave a permanent offset in the distance between freely falling objects, a memory step that researchers are now actively hunting. By stacking many events near a spinning black hole, frame-dragging imprints gentle modulations in the chirp as the orbital plane precesses. When the spins of the partners are misaligned, the amplitude and frequency wobble in a telltale dance that lets you infer how the pair formed quietly, long ago, or chaotically in a dense cluster. Because the signals are faint and the Earth is noisy, teams work like careful recording engineers. They build environmental monitors to veto glitches from lightning and trucks, share triggers across a global network so 2 or 3 instruments must agree on timing and shape, and run blind injections to make sure their pipelines would catch a perfect imposter. The catalogue that emerges is not a trophy list, but a data set large enough to trace populations. How many black holes of different masses exist, how fast they spin, whether there's an upper mass gap where dying stars leave no remnants because physics rips them apart before they can collapse. Occasionally, theory offers a speculative solo worth listening for. If ultralight fields permeate space, a spinning black hole might lose angular momentum to a cloud of these quanta and emit a nearly monochrome tone for a long time, a siren that would point to new particles beyond the known zoo. Searches are underway, honest about the difficulty, but attracted by the clarity of the target. What makes this field feel unusually rich is how it changes your sense of evidence. In the past, light alone had to carry all the truth. Now gravity brings its own channel with different biases, transparent to dust, tied directly to mass and motion, and combining them turns a guess into a measurement. Distances from waves plus redshifts from light give a fresh handle on cosmic expansion. Wave arrival times help triangulate where to point telescopes when cataclysms happen. Even null results, no light from a black hole merger for example, teach you about the environments where those systems live. The music metaphor is pretty, but it's also precise. Instruments need tuning, rooms color sound, and listeners bring expectations. In practice, that means calibrating detectors with photon pressure, modeling the Earth's hum, and checking that our priors don't pull the answer anywhere. It doesn't want to go. It means posting data so others can remix it and see if the melody holds. And there is a personal lesson hiding at low volume. When you press play on a recording of a distant chirp, you are hearing 2 objects you will never touch, change one, another, and then become one thing. their last shared seconds stretched across a planet by tools that people built piece by piece over decades. It is as if the universe, usually silent to us, has finally found a register we can share. Not to flatter us, but to let us audit its dynamics directly. Keep that in mind the next time a headline promises a miracle or a crisis in our understanding. Genuine progress here has arrived as better ears, calmer rooms, and longer sessions, not as sudden revelations. The songs were always there, and now we're simply learning where to place the microphones. In that quiet realization lies the soft closing note. You are living at a time when the deep sky has a soundtrack, one that carries mass, spin, distance, and history in the curve of its pitch, and by listening with patience and care, you help turn those curves into knowledge, proof that even in a cold universe, there is rhythm, and that rhythm, once heard, makes the night feel less empty and more alive. Invisible rivers in the sky. The secret highways that control Earth's climate. Stand on a quiet hill and look up at a blank blue afternoon and try to imagine that above you, far beyond the reach of sight, long, supple highways of vapor are flowing from the tropics toward the continents, carrying more water than the Amazon in narrow bands a few hundred kilometers wide. Meteorologists call them atmospheric rivers. And once you learn how they move, you start to see why some winters arrive like open gates and others like locked doors. Why one week can break a drought and the next can break hillsides. The science starts simple. Warm air can hold more moisture than cold air, so the oceanic tropics become vast factories of invisible steam. Winds gather that moisture into filaments and sling them along preferred routes shaped by pressure systems and the subtropical jet stream. So instead of a fuzzy cloud of humidity, you get focused corridors of integrated vapor transport, the technical way forecasters measure how strongly a river is flowing aloft. These rivers are not steady pipes. They pulse with storms. As extratropical cyclones spin up over the ocean, they draw moisture into a warm conveyor belt that arcs ahead of the front. If that conveyor intersects high terrain or a stalled boundary on land, the sky suddenly has a reason to empty. When a river makes landfall on a mountain chain, think the Sierra Nevada, the Coast Ranges, the Andes, the Alps. Air is forced upward, cools, and drops its load as pounding rain or dense snow. That's orographic lift, the quiet engine behind many of our biggest freshwater deliveries. The outcomes are double-edged. In the western United States, one strong landfall can lay down a season's worth of snowpack that feeds cities and farms months later. The same pattern, if it stalls or repeats, can flood valleys, trigger debris flows on burn scars left by fire, and push rivers over levees built to older assumptions. The North Atlantic has its own conveyor into Europe, moisture plumes steered by the jet and amplified by cyclones, behind many of the UK's and Scandinavia's wettest days. The Pineapple Express you hear about in headlines is simply one Pacific branch that often begins near Hawaii and aims at California's coast. You can track these highways with surprisingly elegant tools. Passive microwave instruments on satellites sense the water vapor through clouds day and night. Weather balloons and aircraft drop sensors into the plumes to nail down wind and humidity profiles. Reanalysis maps knit those observations with physics to draw daily charts of where the invisible is flowing. On the ground, forecasters watch. Integrated vapor transport values spike and use an atmospheric river scale that ranks events by both strength and duration, because a moderate river that lingers can deliver more water and more risk than a short, explosive one. The most practical insight is that these features organize extremes. A surprisingly small fraction of hours produce a large fraction of annual water in mid-latitude coasts, and those hours often line up with atmospheric rivers. That helps explain odd statistics you may have noticed, how a handful of storms seem to make a water year, and it gives water managers something to plan around. In California and the Pacific Northwest, forecast-informed reservoir operations now use reliable multi-day guidance to release a measured amount of water before a strong river arrives, creating space to blunt flood peaks while still capturing the post-storm runoff. One well-timed gate change can turn risk into supply without new concrete. The same dynamics play out in very different places. Along the west coasts of South America and Southern Africa, moisture from the warm ocean rides prevailing winds and explodes into rain when it hits terrain. In the Mediterranean and Black Sea regions, winter plumes can couple with cold air and dump heavy snow on uplands. Over East Asia, long fetches across warm seas feed persistent winter rains. Even the poles feel the reach of these sky rivers. When an atmospheric river surges into Greenland or the Antarctic Peninsula, it can bring a burst of heat and moisture that slicks the surface with rain or heavy snow, and in some cases, sets up foehn winds that melt ice shelves from above. A few such intrusions have been linked to dramatic surface melt events, reminding us that what happens in the subtropics doesn't stay there. The layer beneath the headlines is microphysics, where small choices matter. If a river arrives with slightly warmer air, more of its water falls as rain rather than snow, changing flood risk and short-term water storage. If aerosols seed clouds differently, droplet sizes and rain efficiency shift. If winds tilt just so, the plume hugs a coastline or veers inland, moving bullseyes for both benefit and hazard by a county or two. Climate change doesn't invent atmospheric rivers, it tunes them. A warmer atmosphere holds roughly 7% more water per degree Celsius, so when the wind picks up that moisture and focuses it, the resulting plumes can be juicier. Models and observations together suggest that the strongest events are likely to intensify and, in some regions, push farther poleward as storm tracks wobble, which means bigger water deliveries when they occur and potentially longer dry spells between. That is the paradox facing planners from Lisbon to Lima to Los Angeles. The same feature that refills reservoirs and buries mountains in snow can, under the wrong alignment, overtop levees and saturate hills to failure. You don't have to be a scientist to read the sky more wisely. If you live in a river-prone coast or valley, watch forecasts that show the strength and angle of incoming plumes and where they will intersect terrain. Know that moderate long duration can be as important a phrase as powerful. If you work with land, understand that wildfire scars and the first big atmospheric river of a season are a risky pair. If your community depends on snowpack, pay attention not just to totals, but to snow level, the altitude where rain turns to snow, because a 1-degree nudge can change everything downstream. The hopeful part is that our tools are catching up. Specialized reconnaissance flights now sample the birthplaces of Pacific rivers to shrink forecast errors days ahead. Ensemble modeling treats the future as a cone and shows odds rather than single lines, letting decision-makers choose actions that work across most outcomes. Ranking scales and impact-based warnings help the public understand that not all rivers are equal. If you step back, the picture is almost tender. Earth has always moved water along these aerial highways, quietly balancing ocean and land. Our job is not to fear them or romanticize them, but to learn their rhythm well enough to live with them. Building where floods can spread, storing when bounty arrives, yielding when the sky insists. And the soft closing thought is this: the next time rain drums the roof all night and a distant mountain emerges in the morning wrapped in new snow, remember that you have just been visited by a traveling river that never touched ground until it met stone. Somewhere over warm seas it gathered. Somewhere along the jet it focused. And over your town it let go. One small exchange in a planet-wide conversation that, once you know how to listen, turns weather from surprise into story, and climate from abstraction into the long, patient guidance of the rivers in the sky. The forbidden frequencies. Sounds that can alter consciousness. Instantly. You've felt it before. A single tone swelling in a room, and your attention tightens as if a hand turned the knob on your awareness. So let's strip the mystery from forbidden frequencies and learn what sound can actually do to your state, quickly and lawfully, without magic or danger you can't name. The truth is that certain patterns of vibration grab built-in circuits for arousal, timing, and body sense, and when those circuits lock on, your consciousness doesn't change by decree. It shifts because networks in your brain and body re-time themselves to the beat. Start with the fastest switch you own, the acoustic startle reflex. A sudden, sharp sound triggers a brainstem circuit in a few dozen milliseconds before you can think, tightening muscles, dilating pupils, raising heart rate, and kicking the locus coeruleus into releasing norepinephrine, a chemical that pushes cortical networks into a high alert mode. Volume and abruptness matter more than exact pitch, which is why alarms use steep onsets and staccato bursts. Add a second ingredient: roughness. Sounds whose loudness trembles very quickly, about 10s to 100 times per second, feel urgent, because the auditory system treats those rapid amplitude modulations as a threat signature. Animal screams and many sirens sit in this rough band, and brain recordings show they drive salience networks harder than smooth tones. A design choice, not a mystery. At the other end of the spectrum lies infrasound, very low frequencies below hearing. But the honest story is quieter than the rumors. While strong infrasound in labs can nudge anxiety and chest sensation, and low-frequency rumbles from storms, or machinery can feel oppressive, carefully controlled studies find modest effects at safe levels, not instant fear spells. The famous, haunted 17 Hz tale makes good folklore but thin evidence. Between those extremes is the everyday lever that changes you within seconds: rhythmic entrainment. Your brain builds timing maps from any steady beat it can trust, and that timing spills into movement, attention, and even how you slice time into moments. Drum at 2 beats per second and bodies tend to sway, drop the tempo, and breathing often slows to meet it. Push the pace past 100 per minute and heart rate tags along. Clubs use sub-bass not just for drama, but to recruit the vestibular and proprioceptive systems through the chest and the floor. When the whole body is invited, attention narrows and the sense of me versus sound softens. Neuroscience gives this a clean name: auditory steady-state responses. Play a tone that's gently turned on and off at, say, 40 cycles per second, and electrical activity in the cortex echoes that envelope within a second or two. Those echoes don't hypnotize you, but they do bias networks toward that rhythm. Claims about binaural beats, 2 slightly different pitches played one to each ear, so a third beat seems to appear, have a kernel of truth and a husk of hype. Yes, the brainstem compares phase, and you can perceive a beat at the frequency difference. And yes, small studies show tiny shifts in reported relaxation or attention, but effects are weak, inconsistent, and easily swamped by volume, expectation, and the music wrapped around them. If a track helps you focus, use it, but don't treat it as a dial for your soul. More robust is what therapists and sleep researchers do with steady noise. Pink or brown noise, spectra that put more energy in the lows, can mask distracting spikes and, in timed bursts, matched to slow-wave sleep, has helped some volunteers deepen or stabilize deep sleep and even nudge memory consolidation. The key is timing and level, not secret frequencies. There are acoustic illusions that tilt perception in a blink, shepherd tones that seem to climb forever, tritone paradox sequences that flip high and low depending on your speech background. And, while they won't rewrite your mood by themselves, they reveal how quickly the auditory cortex imposes structure, a reminder that consciousness shift often means the model changed. Ultrasound sits at the edge of hearing and beyond. Modest airborne ultrasound mostly annoys or goes unheard, while experimental medical setups that focus ultrasound through the skull can modulate neural excitability in tiny patches. But those are clinical devices under strict protocols, not gadgets that beam thoughts. If you want something both fast and gentle, consider prosody, the music in a voice. Low variation, warm tempo speech lowers perceived threat and can steady breathing by resonance with your own vocal tract. That's part of why lullabies and measured low-frequency hums feel settling. Your body links voice, breath, and vagus nerve. Tone in a loop you can enter on purpose. On the energizing side, syncopated rhythms with strong onsets recruit motor circuits and boost beta band power associated with readiness. It isn't mystical motivation, it's a rehearsal signal to the muscles. Safety and honesty matter here. Forbidden is a mood word, not a category in acoustics. What changes you quickly is usually pattern and intensity, not a cursed Hertz value. The same pathways that focus you or calm you can also harm if misused. Sustained exposures above roughly 85 dB risk hearing loss. Very loud low-frequency sound can fatigue you without your noticing. Sudden blasts can trigger panic in vulnerable listeners. And some viral claims are simply myths. The brown note has never held up under controlled tests, and no consumer speaker can deliver body-melting infrasound at the levels required without announcing itself as violent wind. So what should you do with all this? If you need to come down, choose slow, predictable sound with soft onsets. A steady drum around 60-70 beats per minute, a low-range hum, or brown-pink noise that masks surprises, or natural loops like rain and surf that carry broad spectra without roughness. Breathe with the phrase lines, and your heart will often follow. If you need to key up briefly, use bright transients and mid-bass pulse for a few minutes. Then switch to a groove that keeps the tempo while melting the sharp edges so arousal doesn't tip into stress. For focus, minimize lyrics. They recruit language networks, keep beats stable, and set volume just below the level that demands attention. If you like binaural or isochronic beats, think of them as seasoning, not the meal. If you're designing sound for others, alarms, classrooms, hospitals, learn the biology. Alarms that live in the roughness band will wake, but also exhaust. Wards benefit from spectra that mask abrupt spikes. Classrooms thrive on moderate tempo changes that signal transitions without jarring. Public spaces should avoid narrow band ultrasonics that punish the young without informing the old. The deeper lesson is kinder than the headlines. Your state can change in a breath because your auditory system is wired to guard time for your entire body. It watches for jump cuts in loudness. It locks to rhythms that promise predictability. It hands those predictions to breath, heart, and muscle. And the instant you feel is really many small systems agreeing at once. Treat sound as a tool you carry everywhere. A way to slow your inner metronome when the day runs hot. A way to gather your scattered attention without force. A way to nudge courage when you need to move. And when you hear someone whisper about forbidden frequencies, smile and remember that the only taboo here is ignorance. There are no cursed notes, only designs that respect the animal you are. And when you listen that way, the changes in you arrive not as spells, but as the quiet relief of a body and brain finding the same beat. Why some scientists believe reality is layered like a simulation stack. You've been trained to think of reality as a single seamless fabric. But if you pause and look at how we actually understand it, a different picture comes into focus. The world behaves as if it's organized in layers, each with its own rules and interfaces, not because we live inside a literal computer program, but because nature lets patterns at one scale ignore most of the clutter below. Much the way a simulation stack hides wires beneath software. You can feel this right away with water. No one solves the orbit of every molecule to predict a wave. We use fluid equations that work across oceans because a higher level description emerges and stays loyal even as the molecules trade places underneath. Physicists formalize that instinct through a simple, powerful practice. Coarse graining, the deliberate blurring of detail to reveal stable behavior, and its companion, the renormalization group, which tells you how the effective laws change as you zoom. When it succeeds, you get decoupling. Long waves don't care about atomic gossip, and that is why the same handful of equations guide weather, inks, and stars' outer layers, despite wildly different microphysics. This is the first hint of a stack. At the bottom, quantum fields hum. One layer up, particles act like compact messages passed between fields. Higher still, atoms bond into chemistry. Climb again and you meet materials whose carriers are not even fundamental. Superconductors host quasi-particles, tidy bundles of collective motion that behave like new species. But you never need to unpack the whole ladder at once. Each level exposes a clean set of quantities: pressure, temperature, viscosity, charge, spin, mass, and hides the rest. Behind an interface you can trust, much like an application programming interface keeps a device useful while sparing you its circuit diagrams. Dualities take the idea further by giving you two very different manuals for the same machine. A magnet, near a transition, can be described either by spins on a lattice, arguing with neighbors, or by gentle waves in a continuous field. Black holes that look like pure geometry in one language turn into hot, crowded quantum systems in another. In the most famous case, a theory of gravity in a curved space behaves exactly like a non-gravitational quantum theory living on its boundary, and the map between them looks suspiciously like an error-correcting code, where the bulk information is redundantly woven into boundary degrees of freedom so that small losses don't destroy the message. That word, error correction, sounds like engineering, yet it has become a serious metaphor for space-time itself. Entanglement, the quiet linkage between quantum pieces, appears to stitch regions into a connected geometry, and changing the pattern of those links adjusts the shape of space the way a tailor's seams change a garment. If you squint, that is stack thinking again, with geometry as a higher-level object built from information-theoretic relations below. The classical world you navigate every day, solid tables, definite positions, emerges through yet another interface, decoherence, the process by which a quantum system's delicate superpositions leak into the environment and become records spread across air, photons, and dust, leaving behind robust facts that many observers can agree on. No collapse. Switches required. Only the recognition that at human scales you constantly read stable summaries, not the raw wave of possibilities. Even the arrow of time looks layered. Microscopic dynamics are reversible, yet when you bundle trillions of particles, the only sensible variables are coarse ones like entropy, and they point forward because there are vastly more ways to be messy than tidy. Thermodynamics doesn't erase quantum mechanics. It rides atop it like a well-written library. None of this proves we inhabit a literal simulation. It explains why the metaphor is tempting. A stack view clarifies everyday puzzles. Why can we build reliable technology on a quantum foundation that is noisy and uncertain at the base? Because higher levels average the noise and export crisp invariants, like conservation of energy and momentum, receipts printed by symmetries, that survive coarse graining. Why do wildly different materials show the same critical behavior near a phase change? Because at that level, only a few features, dimension, symmetries, matter. The messy chemistry is negotiated away by the flow of the renormalization map. Why can a computer with a handful of rules mimic flocking birds or growing crystals? Because complexity does not require complex rules. It requires rules that amplify and stabilize certain patterns, which is what natural layers do. And yet there are honest limits to the stack analogy that keep it science, not wishful thinking. If the universe sat on a real lattice, with a fixed spacing like a digital grid, extremely precise observations would likely catch tiny anisotropies or energy-dependent blurring in the arrival of high-energy particles and distant light. Tests keep tightening those bounds. And so far, nature looks stubbornly smooth and symmetric, up to astonishing scales. Exact large-scale simulation of quantum many-body systems is wildly costly in resources, which complicates literal we are being. Computed stories. Quantum error correction in actual hardware shows you how punishing it is to keep large entangled states stable, and any hypothetical cosmic computer would face thermodynamic bills too. Heat must go somewhere, and bits cost energy when erased. More importantly, the stack we see is not cleanly top-down or bottom-up. Constraints travel both ways. The lower layers supply possibilities. The higher layers select among them by boundary conditions and feedback. A crystal lattice tells electrons which paths are legal, while an applied field or device geometry tells the lattice which modes matter. A cell's chemistry allows many reactions, but gene networks channel a few. A market allows countless trades, but regulations and norms shape flows. None of this injects new forces from above. It applies selection and information, the language of interfaces. What makes the layered view fruitful is its predictive discipline. Tell me the symmetries and conservation laws, and I can write the allowed higher-level terms. Tell me the relevant scales, and I can throw away the rest. Tell me the couplings, and I can estimate when one description hands off to the next. These are not slogans, but working recipes that let you design metamaterials with bespoke waves, calculate how heat spreads in stars without tracking nuclei one by one, or guess the stiffness of nuclear matter from ripples in a distant merger without peering inside a neutron star. The outlook for the next decade pushes the metaphor hard in concrete ways. Quantum simulators built from atoms and photons will explore designer layers where matter fields and effective geometries can be tuned like lab instruments, letting us test which emergent behaviors require which micro-ingredients. Materials that compute at the edge of order and disorder will blur hardware and software into one physical stack. Cosmological surveys will read the large-scale universe as a compression of early quantum fluctuations into today's web, a story told in one language by gravity and in another by statistics. If you hold the idea correctly, lightly, you get the best of both attitudes, the curiosity that asks, what are the hidden protocols at this level? And the humility that remembers, a model is an agreement, not a revelation. The gentle closing thought is this: reality may not be a simulation, but it is generously layered. And that generosity is why a person like you can learn. You don't need to master quarks to understand storms, or neurons to write a letter, because the world provides interfaces that carry just enough truth to be useful. Treat them like doors you can open carefully, moving up and down the stack when a question asks for it, and the noise of everything at once resolves into a calm, legible architecture, one where each layer speaks in its own accent, hands you a small set of guarantees, and invites you to build without pretending to see the entire machine. Organisms that refuse to die, the biology that breaks nature's rules. You grow up learning that living things follow one script: born, mature, wear down, die, until a handful of organisms step onto the stage and ignore their cues, and the honest wonder begins when you see that they don't cheat physics. They manage damage and memory differently, stretching the definition of life the way a skilled craftsman stretches leather without tearing it. Take Hydra, a fingertip-sized freshwater polyp whose body is a column of stem cells that never quite leave the workshop, dividing and replacing themselves so faithfully that in long-term studies, Hydra show no increasing risk of death with age, and can even shrink to survive famine, then regrow when food returns. A pattern called negligible senescence that tells you aging is not a fixed law, but a failure of maintenance most creatures eventually accept. Planarian flatworms take maintenance further. They're packed with neoblasts, versatile cells that can rebuild almost any tissue, so a slice no wider than a pencil lead can regrow heads, tails, and nervous systems. And in some species, the machinery that caps chromosome ends, telomerase, stays active in adult stem cells, preventing the usual fraying of DNA ends and letting lineages persist far beyond a single body's lifespan. This isn't magic immortality. Worms still die from accidents and infections, but the principle is surgical. If you never run out of high-quality parts and you keep your repair manual open, breakdown is delayed to the point of near myth. Jellyfish called Turritopsis dohrnii adds a bolder twist by resetting its life cycle when stressed. Instead of pushing forward to old age, its cells step backward, transdifferentiating from the free-swimming medusa back into a clinging polyp, essentially rebooting the organism's program. Biologists have watched colonies cycle this way in the lab, and while ocean predators still keep numbers in check, the lesson stands. Identity in biology isn't locked to one direction of time, if the cell state map lets you walk in reverse. Some animals challenge aging not by turning back, but by barely moving the needle in the first place. Naked mole rats, social rodents living in low-oxygen burrows show a shockingly flat curve of age-related risk. Their chance of dying in a given month stays low for years when, in most mammals, it would climb. They sport unusually large, sugar-rich. Molecules, high molecular mass hyaluronan, in their tissues that seem to dampen inflammation and discourage cancer. Their proteins resist unfolding, and their ribosomes build with fewer mistakes. Together, a portrait of housekeeping so effective that diseases common in other rodents arrive late or not at all. In the ocean's slow lanes, bowhead whales may pass 2 centuries, carrying mutations in genes tied to DNA repair and cell cycle control, built-in upgrades for a giant body that should, by statistics alone, face more cancer than it does, while Greenland sharks, aged by radiocarbon in their eye lenses, can exceed 2.5 centuries and reach maturity later than many human lifetimes. Here, cold water and slow metabolism likely lower the rate at which damage accrues, a reminder that pace is a choice written into biochemistry as much as behavior. The humbler end of the spectrum holds clues just as sharp. The ocean quahog clam, Arctica islandica, can live 5 centuries, and its mitochondria produce fewer reactive byproducts than shorter-lived bivalves. When scientists compare species, longer-lived ones often show sturdier protein maintenance and membranes that resist oxidation, a small design tweak with long effects. Plants rewrite the rulebook in a different way. Bristle-cone pines keep thousands of years by isolating damage, letting old wood die while small ribbons of living tissue continue to feed needles. And clonal organisms turn mortality into a local event. An aspen grove like Pando in the American West, or ancient mats of seagrass in the Mediterranean, persist as one genetic individual for millennia, even as trunks and blades come and go, a distributed life where no single stem must carry the entire burden of time. Corals too can grow for centuries by adding modules, and some long-lived porites' heads record centuries of ocean chemistry in their bands. But the deeper lesson is modularity. If parts can be replaced without shutting down the whole, failure stops being fatal. On the microscopic frontier, bacteria and tiny animals pause life so completely that decay seems to wait with them. Bacterial endospores harden their interiors with special proteins and salts that lock DNA and enzymes into glassy stability, letting them survive heat, dryness, and radiation that would wreck the active cell. Thaw them years later, and they wake, as if a film had resumed. Tiny invertebrates such as tardigrades enter anhydrobiosis, a dried state where metabolism plummets. Many species protect their proteins with unique, floppy molecules that form a vitrified matrix, and some carry DNA-binding proteins that shelter chromosomes from damage. Impressive survival tricks that do not make them unkillable, but do widen the range of what alive means. Vertebrate embryos have their own time pockets. Annual killifish lay eggs in temporary pools that dry out, and the embryos slip into diapause, a suspended animation with active DNA repair and antioxidant defenses. They can wait through seasons of drought, then restart development when rain returns, treating time as a resource to budget, not a river that must be ridden at one speed. Even seeds and simple plants hold wisdom about waiting. Date palm seeds from antiquity have sprouted in modern soil. Moss buried under ice for centuries has regreened in a lab, and some lichens rehydrate after decades. Dormancy is not defiance of death so much as a strategy that moves the water terrain where the odds are better. A few myths need trimming if you want a clear view. Lobsters do keep telomerase humming in many tissues, and they molt to renew shells, but they are not immortal. Molting becomes energetically expensive. Shells can fail, infections bite, and older lobsters still die. Immortal, as a label, also hides hard limits. Even Hydra can be killed by toxins or starvation, and lineages that beat senescence do so by paying other costs: slow growth, narrow niches, or, in clonal giants, vulnerability to one sweeping disturbance. But if immortality is too strong a word, rule bending is exactly right, and the mechanisms that let these organisms bend are surprisingly consistent. Preserve stem cell quality and numbers, keep proteins folded, and get rid of those that aren't. Repair DNA quickly and correctly, keep immune responses strong but not chronic. Run metabolism at a pace that avoids excess byproducts. Isolate damage so it cannot cascade. Medicine has already started borrowing these themes carefully. Drugs that clear senescent cells in mice improve tissue function. Inhibitors that tweak nutrient-sensing pathways, like mTOR, extend lifespan in multiple species and are being tested in age-related disease. Strategies that boost proteasomes, chaperones, or autophagy aim to keep the cellular workshop tidy. And insights from animals with unusual cancer resistance, such as elephants stockpiling extra copies of a key guardian gene, suggest ways to raise our own thresholds for runaway growth. None of these will make people ageless, and risk is real. Energy sensing. Pathways are not toys, but they confirm a gentle truth. Aging is a process you can influence by managing damage and renewal, not a clock that simply strikes. The point of this tour isn't to promise eternity, it's to bring the question home. Ask what these organisms optimize, and you get a checklist for your own life at human scale. Protect sleep and rhythms, so repair crews can work. Feed the maintenance, pathways with steady, realistic habits rather than searching for silver bullets. See illness not only as an invader to fight, but as a shift in balance between damage and cleanup. Design cities and farms that respect modularity and redundancy, so single failures don't cascade. Value slowness where it prevents waste. In the end, organisms that refuse to die are really organisms that have learned to refuse pointless loss, to pause, to repair, to renew, to share a body across modules, or to pass life forward as a clone when a single trunk would fail. If you let that sink in, the story stops being about defeating death and becomes a softer lesson about stewarding time, so that life, yours, a forest's, an ocean's, lasts long enough to do its quiet work well. The brain's hidden switches. Networks that decide what you notice and forget. Open your eyes and admit the obvious heresy. You never see everything. You see what your brain lets through, and the letting through is not random, but governed by hidden switches, routing networks and chemical dials that decide, moment by moment, what becomes vivid, what fades to wallpaper, and what is thrown away before it ever feels real. Once you learn their names and habits, the fog around attention and memory lifts, and you can start shaping what sticks. Begin with the brain's cartographers of relevance. In the parietal lobe and frontal eye fields, populations of neurons build priority maps that blend two forces: bottom-up contrasts, bright, loud, moving, suddenly changing, and top-down, goals, what you are looking for, into a single landscape with peaks and valleys. Peaks attract gaze and resources, valleys are suppressed, and the map updates in tens of milliseconds as goals or scenes shift, which is why a small cue or a change of instruction can redirect your eyes before you're aware of having decided. Standing by with a hand on the emergency brake is the salience network, key nodes in the anterior insula and anterior cingulate, that monitors both the outside world and your inner signals. Heart rate, gut tension, pain, and issues interrupts. When something matters more than the current plan, its job is not to think, but to triage, and when it fires strongly, it recruits control regions and dampens processing of everything else. Threaded through this routing is the thalamus, long miscast as a passive relay, but now understood as a traffic manager. The pulvinar helps synchronize distant cortical areas so that the ones that need to talk at a given moment share the same rhythm. While the thin shell of inhibitory neurons wrapped around the thalamus, the reticular nucleus, acts like a dimmer, selectively gating which streams get through. When these thalamic gates align with the priority map peaks, information flows. With less crosstalk and more fidelity, a literal widening of the right lane, chemical messengers set the network's general posture. The locus coeruleus, a small nucleus in the brainstem, spritzes norepinephrine that changes how sticky neural responses are. In a phasic mode, a brief, well-timed burst, you get a crisp gain of the chosen signal and better discrimination. In a tonic, constantly elevated mode, the system becomes restless and distractible, primed to explore but poor at holding a thread. You can see this chemistry indirectly in your own pupils, which dilate with phasic bursts and stay wide in tonic states. The basal forebrain sends acetylcholine that turns up the signal-to-noise ratio in sensory areas and biases the cortex toward learning new input rather than relying on predictions, a useful switch when a scene is genuinely new. Dopamine from the midbrain tags moments of unexpected reward or novelty, not only teaching habits, but also deciding when to update working memory, what to let into the mental scratch pad, and when to leave it closed. That scratch pad too has a physical gate, loops linking prefrontal cortex, basal ganglia, and thalamus open briefly to admit a new item and then close to protect it from interference, a mechanism you can feel when you try to hold a phone number, while someone asks you a question and you either succeed, gate stayed shut, or fail, gate reopened at the wrong time. Oscillations provide timing for all this without mysticism. In many tasks, alpha rhythms in posterior cortex rise over locations or features you mean to ignore, functional inhibition, while gamma rhythms bind features you intend to keep together. Beta rhythms often signal hold the current set, dropping when a change is allowed. And in memory tasks, a slower theta rhythm can nest faster gamma bursts so that different items occupy different slots in a repeating cycle. A neat way to keep order without labels. Selection is only half the story. The other half is how experience is stored or erased. The hippocampus sits at the gateway to long-term memory with two complementary tricks. Pattern separation in the dentate gyrus keeps similar inputs from overwriting one another. Your friend's car this week doesn't erase last week's. While pattern completion in CA3 resurrects a full memory from a partial cue, a smell that brings a room back. Novelty signals route from hippocampus to dopamine centers and back, boosting plasticity when something matters, and the amygdala tags emotionally charged moments so that adrenaline-linked cascades make them harder to forget. Forgetting itself is not decay by neglect, but an active, adaptive process. During deep sleep, synapses across the cortex undergo small, global downscaling that preserves relative strength while freeing capacity. Yesterday's overexcitement is normalized, while the hippocampus fires sharp wave ripples that replay recent patterns into cortex for consolidation. By day, microglia prune seldom used connections, and in the hippocampus, new neurons born in adulthood can reshape circuits in ways that both support learning and, paradoxically, promote forgetting of clutter, which is useful when you need to generalize. You can also push memories away on purpose. In think-no-think paradigms, lateral prefrontal regions suppress hippocampal retrieval when you choose not to bring a target to mind, and with practice, that pathway grows more efficient. A trained refusal that feels like attention, but is actually controlled inhibition of recall. Other switches operate much earlier, before anything reaches the stage of remember or forget. Sensory cortices automatically build predictions and compute deviations. When an auditory stream violates its own recent pattern, a brief electrical marker, the mismatch response, appears even if you are not attending, and only streams with large sustained deviations graduate from this pre-attentive triage to conscious access. In vision, repeated features are rapidly down-weighted, habituation, unless sudden motion, contrast, or goal relevance flips them back to on. Body state is not a bystander. Rising carbon dioxide, a skipped meal, or a fast heartbeat biases. The insula's internal report and changes what the salience network deems urgent, which is why the same email can feel trivial at noon and threatening at midnight. The practical lesson is not austere, it's empowering because these switches are trainable and in part under your control. If you want to notice better, lower tonic arousal, and increase phasic responsiveness. Carve out work blocks without unpredictable alerts, so the norepinephrine system can fire in punctuated bursts instead of humming anxiously. Set a clear, simple intention before each block. Find anomalies in these rows. Outline 3 arguments, which sharpens the priority map's top-down peaks. Add a small seed of novelty, a different font for notes, a new viewpoint, a quick sketch, so acetylcholine biases you toward input when you need it. If you want to remember better, don't rely on brute force. Give the hippocampus well-spaced cues, study, then wait, then retrieve. So replay has material to work with. Pair a distinctive context cue, such as a faint scent or a specific track with your study, and use it again at bedtime. Brief, soft sound or scent cues during early deep sleep can nudge consolidation without waking you. Test yourself actively rather than rereading, because retrieval is the right operation for long-term storage. If you want to forget strategically, reduce re-exposure and practice the suppression route. When an unhelpful cue appears, redirect to a prepared competing thought or task. Over time, the prefrontal hippocampal pathway learns the association, see this, do not fetch that. If you want to protect working memory, don't invite the gate to flutter. Batch communications, hide irrelevant windows, and rehearse aloud or with a pen for a few seconds before starting a complex maneuver. Those seconds are the cost of a clean write. Sleep, light, and movement are not wellness wallpaper here. Bright morning light anchors the thalamic and cortical clocks that time attention. Brief exercise increases the neurochemicals that support plasticity, and consistent sleep lets downscaling and replay run. Even a minute of slow breathing can drop tonic arousal just enough to restore phasic control, which is why the same breath that calms stage fright can also sharpen a line of code or a paragraph. The gentle philosophy that falls out of all this is simple. Your experience is negotiated by switches that are lawful, plastic, and partly yours to steer. Noticing is not a virtue, it's a route chosen by priority maps and thalamic gates under the influence of chemicals you can nudge with habits. Forgetting is not failure, it's housekeeping that keeps the shelves from collapsing. And meaning is what survives selection, rehearsal, and sleep. When the day feels like too much or too little, don't blame willpower. Adjust the switches. Set the goal so the map has peaks. Clear the noise so the thalamus can root. Invite the right chemistry with light and motion. And then trust the system you are wearing. A living network that has been pruning, amplifying, and filing for a very long time. Always choosing, with surprising grace, what you will carry into tomorrow and what you will let go. The infinite puzzle. Why the laws of physics seem fine-tuned for thought. Begin with the plainest question you can ask under a night sky. Why does the world allow minds at all? Why does matter arrange into something that can notice, remember, and reason? Because once you look closely, the laws don't merely permit islands of thought. They seem to open lanes for it. And the puzzle is to separate romance from the real engineering that makes those lanes. Start at the bottom with atoms, because if stability fails, there is no next step. And here, two quiet rules do most of the lifting. One keeps electrons from collapsing into the nucleus, and the other keeps them from all sitting on top of each other, producing layered shells instead. And from those shells comes the periodic table and the possibility of rich chemistry, rather than a smear of charge. The electric force is strong enough to bind electrons to nuclei, but not so strong that bonds become unbreakable. The quantum wavelengths are just right for orbitals to form, and the small ratio of electron mass to proton mass lets light electrons respond quickly, while heavy nuclei stay relatively still, giving molecules structure you can depend on. Change these balances much, and either atoms would be brittle and inert or too flimsy to hold shape, and the story would end before it began. Climb a step to stars, because minds need elements beyond hydrogen and helium, and stars are the factories. The processes that build carbon and oxygen work only because certain short-lived nuclear arrangements happen to sit at energies that make them accessible inside hot stellar cores. A resonance that boosts the rate at which 3 helium atoms can join to become carbon, and another that passes traffic onward toward oxygen. This doesn't mean there is one magical setting, but it does mean the pathway is narrow enough that if you retune things wholesale, the universe would look sparse in the very ingredients that later learn to think. The same stars that forge those elements also live long enough to distribute them and power stable climates on planets for billions of years, which is a gift from gravity being weak. A very strong gravitational pull would make stars small and furious, burning out quickly, while a very weak one would make them too puffed and cool to fuse much of anything. In our universe, the balance yields a spectrum of stellar lifetimes, including suns that burn steadily for spans long enough to give chemistry time to explore. Now shrink back down to the wet chemistry you carry around. Life needs bonds that can break and reform without shattering the whole apparatus. And the ordinary thermal jostling at temperate conditions is a few steps below typical chemical bond strengths, lively enough to let enzymes rearrange molecules, calm enough to avoid random demolition. Water, the unassuming partner in almost every reaction, adds a suite of conveniences. It dissolves salts and polar molecules so they can meet. It refuses to dissolve fats so membranes self-assemble into compartments. It carries an unusually large heat capacity that smooths temperature spikes, and it floats when frozen. So ice insulates the liquid below. Each of these traits has a physical explanation in how water's molecules bind and orient. But taken together, they form a corridor where complex chemistry can walk without slipping. Carbon's knack for forming long chains and rings provides the alphabet for proteins, lipids, and nucleic acids, while phosphorus helps build an energy currency that stores just the right bite-sized packets to power work without waste. A mind is not only chemistry, it is information processing, and physics sets both the constraints and the opportunities there too. Signals cannot outrun light, which seems limiting until you realize that this universal speed limit keeps cause and effect orderly and prevents instantaneous chaos, allowing local computations to build global structure without being flawed by distant noise. There is also a minimum energy to erase a bit of information, small but not zero, which means thinking has a thermodynamic budget and heat must be shed. Yet that price is low enough at everyday temperatures that the brain can move astonishing amounts of information with a modest power draw compared to computers, thanks to parallel architecture and the trick of representing information with brief voltage pulses rather than steady currents. At the quantum classical interface, delicate superpositions would be hopelessly fragile in a warm, wet organ. But that turns out to be a feature. Environmental interactions rapidly select stable states, so neurons can act with reliable, classical signals, while molecules still benefit from quantum rules in their bonding and reaction rates. It's a partition of labor across scales that seems almost designed for cognition, even though it emerges from general principles. Planets add a slow, protective layer to this engineering. A magnetic field guides away much of the charged particle rain from a parent star. An atmosphere filters high-energy light while letting the useful band through. And on Earth, a carbon rock. Cycle and plate tectonics slowly trade greenhouse gases between air and stone, buffering climate over millions of years. None of that violates chance. There are planets without these supports. But when they align, they hold the window open for evolution to try ideas across deep time. Add orbital rhythms that are not too wild, tides that stir without scouring, and a moon that steadies axial wobble just enough, not required but helpful. And you can see how a handful of astronomical and geophysical dials turn a ball of rock into a long-lived laboratory for learning. So is this fine-tuning? And if so, what does that mean? One sober answer is selection. You find yourself in a universe compatible with you because there is nowhere else for you to be. This is not a shrug. It is a logic check that blocks false inferences. Of course, observers will measure conditions compatible with observation, but it leaves open two paths. Maybe there is one universe whose laws necessarily take these values, in which case our job is to uncover the deeper principles that fix them. Or maybe there is a vast ensemble of possible universes produced by early cosmic processes, with only some hospitable to complexity, in which case our values are typical among the hospitable set. Hints for the second view exist in theories where the early universe grows by budding regions with varied properties, or in frameworks with many possible low-energy patterns. But direct tests are hard, and the jury is still out. There are also ideas that complexity itself pushes systems towards certain balances. Cosmic evolution in which black holes or feedback loops bias the menu, but those remain speculative. What matters for you now is that fine-tuning is not a license for superstition or for certainty. It is a pointer toward the properties that matter most for thinking beings, and an invitation to ask whether they could have been otherwise. Alongside awe, keep humility. Some knife-edge claims soften when models improve. The nuclear pathways that make carbon and oxygen, for example, seem sensitive, but also robust across a small range. And life is a relentless opportunist that might exploit windows we have not imagined. And even in our one example, cognition diversified into many substrates, brains of birds, cephalopods, mammals, suggesting that once the physical corridor is open, multiple designs can walk it. What should you carry out of this beyond wonder? First, that thought is not an accident glued on top of physics. It is one of the things physics is good at building under the right conditions. Second, that conditions can be protected or ruined on a planet by choices about energy, atmosphere, and time. So caring for climate and biosphere is not merely kindness to nature, but stewardship of the only laboratory where you know minds can thrive. Third, that meaning in a fine-tuned seeming world is not handed down with the constants. It is constructed by creatures like you who compress experience into useful models and then use those models to reduce suffering and expand understanding. And finally, that the puzzle is infinite, only in the sense that each answer sharpens the next question. If gravity's weakness grants long-lived stars, why that weakness? If chemistry's palette is so rich, what deeper rule fixes its palette? If information has a cost, how close can brains get to the physical limits of efficient thinking? In following those threads, you are not trespassing on mystery. You are doing what this universe evidently allows and perhaps encourages, turning matter into curiosity and curiosity back into care. When reality blinks, mysterious moments where perception drops out. There are moments when the world seems to slip, not because anything outside you changed, but because your perception briefly steps aside. Tiny absences hidden inside ordinary. Seeing, and if you learn where those gaps live and why they open, everyday experience becomes less mysterious and more instructive. You are not a camera, you are a storyteller who sometimes drops a frame and then smooths the cut so well you mistake it for continuity. Start with an absence you perform all the time without noticing. You blink every few seconds and your eyelids turn the world off for a slice of a heartbeat, yet you rarely see darkness because the visual system predicts through the gap, and a copy of the motor command that closes your lids warns early sensory areas to downweight the interruption. Over a day, those brief blackouts add up to minutes of missing input, and still your narrative feels unbroken. A quiet demonstration that perception is stitched after the fact. Different kinds of stitching fail in more dramatic ways. Inattentional blindness is the classic case. Focus on counting ball passes in a busy scene, and an unexpected figure can stroll through the center, invisible not to your eyes, but to your priorities. The eyes captured light, early visual cortex, registered edges and motion. Yet because the object was irrelevant to the chosen task, it never won the competition for access to awareness. A cousin called change blindness reveals how much of what's there is a guess. Alternate two nearly identical images with a brief blank screen between them. And even large alterations, buildings erased, colors swapped, can go unnoticed for long seconds. The blank prevents the automatic motion signal that would normally flag the change. And unless attention happened to land on the altered region, you will recycle your previous model and feel sure nothing moved. Gaps also appear when the input is steady. Fixate the center of an image for a few seconds, and features in the periphery can fade to gray, a phenomenon known as Troxler fading. The brain ruthlessly discounts unchanging signals so it can emphasize. Novelty and micro-movements of the eye that usually refresh the scene sometimes fail to rescue weak peripheral detail. A more striking variant, motion-induced blindness, hides high-contrast dots that sit on a slowly rotating background. The dots vanish and reappear as if someone is toggling them, a result of competing neural populations suppressing one another, so that the moving texture wins the spotlight and the static targets fall below the threshold of access. Rivalry shows the same principle through a different doorway. Present one image to one eye and a conflicting image to the other, and you will not perceive a blend. Instead, your awareness flips every few seconds between alternatives even though both inputs remain constant. The eyes send in parallel. The brain chooses serially, and the choosing takes time. In the periphery, another gate called crowding erases detail without removing light. Place a letter or small shape near other similar shapes, and unless the target is well separated, you can no longer identify it despite seeing something there. Information is pooled over regions to save resources, and pooling sacrifices individuality for general texture. Great for detecting a forest, poor for reading a tree. Sometimes the brain enforces absence with speed. In backward masking, a brief target is followed by a stronger pattern, and the mask prevents the target from entering awareness, even though early visual areas responded. Timing matters decisively here. Tens of milliseconds can decide whether a stimulus is reportable or lost, and that sensitivity is now a tool for probing when and where a pre-conscious trace becomes a conscious percept. Rhythms in the cortex add another layer of blinking. The excitability of sensory tissue rises and falls in cycles, especially in the alpha band over visual regions. Depending on the phase at the moment, a faint stimulus arrives. You are more or less likely to detect it, and though you cannot feel these oscillations directly, they modulate hit rates in careful experiments as if awareness opens and shuts tiny gates many times a second. There are clinically dramatic versions of these principles. People with small lesions in primary visual cortex sometimes report no sight in a region of space, yet can point toward flashes or guess motion direction above chance. That blind sight is not second sight. It is evidence that parallel pathways carry usable information outside the channels that feed conscious report. General anesthesia and deep sleep turn many gates off together. Thalamic relays lose their coordinating role, and long-range communication that normally binds features into a scene drops. While certain drugs and seizures show the opposite kind of miscoordination. Local activity loud, global integration poor, perception fragmented. It's tempting to dramatize these gaps, but the sober truth is more helpful. Dropouts are the price of a system optimized for significance rather than for complete capture. Your brain budgets attention where change or goals demand it. It compresses stable backgrounds to save bandwidth. It lets nearby features vote together in the periphery. It tags only a subset of the continuous stream for storage. And when interruptions arrive, blinks, sudden blanks, masks, it leans on prediction so the broader story remains intact. Once you know this, you can work with it to reduce change blindness when the stakes are high. Driving, monitoring, safety, checks. Train yourself to sweep attention deliberately rather than trusting a feeling of, I've got it. Design displays that highlight change with motion or color so they recruit bottom-up salience. Avoid placing critical indicators in crowded periphery. Use brief auditory cues to pierce visual load. If you create art or interfaces, you can exploit and respect the gates at once. Lure gaze with controlled transients, then lower rough, distracting flicker so focus can settle. Reveal differences with fading rather than with abrupt swaps to minimize missed changes. Give the brain anchors, distinctive landmarks, so memory has hooks when scenes update. For learning and memory, remember that items that never won attention in the first place cannot be recalled later, no matter how hard you try. Structure study so that novelty is honest and distractions are low, and revisit material after a gap, so you're not just smoothing a cut with familiarity. Emotion and body state matter too. Fatigue raises your threshold for noticing. Stress narrows the spotlight to possible threats. A minute of slow breathing or a brief walk can reset arousal, so the gates work in phasic bursts rather than in a continuous, distractible hum, and cultivate intellectual humility. A polished narrative of what you saw may include confident but false detail because the mind hates blanks and fills them with the most probable continuation. Good science and good daily practice alike. Ask for external checks, a photo, a colleague, a second look, before memory hardens. The soft closing thought is this: when reality blinks, it is not the world betraying you. It is your brain doing triage at high speed. Treat those gaps without superstition, and they become guides, signs of where to place your attention, how to build better tools, and how to forgive yourself for missing what no one could hold all at once. Then the next time a detail you should have seen reveals itself late, let the lesson be gentle rather than scolding. Perception is a partnership between what is out there and what your system is ready to receive, and both sides can be trained with patience, so that the story you live grows clearer not by eliminating every blink, but by learning to notice and to reopen the moments where awareness quietly lets go.